Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate stream. If anyone's new to the stream tonight, hi. It's nice to meet you. I'm Ristretto. The rest of you, I guess I've met you before, but you're still welcome. Hi, it's good to see you as well. I guess in the last couple weeks, we've been working on making a bunch of weapons in the first rank of 4 Ultimate's G rank. But last night, we finished up the last of the quests we needed to move on to the next big jump in difficulty, which is MH4U's G2. We kicked that off with a Seregios, because he was the urgent quest, and that was the last thing that we did last night. So, we're going to be moving on into G2 today, and using the weapons that you guys pick to take on some of these new challenges. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night, but I've been feeling pretty nicely today. We'll see if that kind of holds through the whole stream. Anyways, I hope you guys are doing good. I'm going to say hello to some folks, and we'll begin. I'm not sure what I want to do for a warm-up. I think maybe a Tiger Stripe Zamtrios, which I know sounds stupid, but I left a couple of weapons that I wanted to make undone. If we go ahead and we look here at the list is almost done, but we still had like 3 or 4 weapons left, like the Tiger Stripe Switch Axe, Ash Ketchel Lance upgrade, Darkness Lance, Lunastra Gun Lance, a couple stuff we needed to farm some more stuff. So I think we'll probably try and get these materials as warm-ups and cooldowns for the stream over the next few days and try and finish that up. I don't particularly want to miss out on some of those neat weapons, but I do want to start G2. So I think we're going to start with a Tiger Stripe Zamtrios, so I'm going to let you guys pick my weapon for that. When did my voice become manly? I worked today for the first time in a bit, and at my job, I teach people how to rock climb. Teaching people how to rock climb in like a loud building was already a little tough on the voice, but teaching people to rock climb when you're wearing a mask and you have to like project your voice twice as hard does a little bit more of a toll on your vocal cords. So if my tones are sounding a little deeper than usual, that's probably why. I could probably do his immenseness voice a lot better tonight than usual. Anyways, hello Game God, it's good to see you. Welcome. Hello Scylla's and Monstropolis. Hello to CJX and Commander Henkel. Welcome to you guys. Hello to Apex Plesioth and Shmeglo Eskimo. Again, Shmeg, congrats on your first stream today. It looked like it was a good time. I want to watch more of the VOD later. I got to skim through some of it earlier today. Let's see. Also, welcome to White Chocolate. I missed White Chocolate saying hey. And then also welcome to Triple X, Absalon, and Biotech with their awesome bread. Sounds nice. Hey Skiffy, welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight, Scylla's. I think we have a Scylla coming up soon. We get to fight Shrouded Nursilla a couple quests into G2 here. But yeah, if you'd like to choose my weapon for a warm-up Tiger Stripe Zamtrios, go ahead and type !ticket. While I'm here, I should fish. I mainly came here because I know you guys like this music. Felt like it would be a good warm-up music. Alright, there's a warm-up punch. Plesioth, done. Wow, I can't believe Rist did warm-up in like 5 minutes tonight instead of like the first hour. Crazy. Now we can actually get to the good stuff. Sorry, Apex Plesioth. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to G2 for like a week or 2 now, so it's nice to finally get there. Seregios was interesting. After the Tiger Stripe Zamtrios warm-up, we're going to be jumping right into a double Seregios. That's the next quest they have for me in G2 after the first one. So that should be pretty interesting. Double Steve, I'm looking forward to it. we were having a somewhat in-depth discussion about Longsword and how it's felt different to play it across the different games as they add different mechanics to it while we were fighting Seregios, to the point where, like, I don't even feel like I was totally focused on fighting the Seregios. So tonight I'm looking forward to actually focusing on the fight and trying to do well against him. Hey Fog, welcome. I feel like I was more focused on that discussion about Longsword than I was on that fight. So I guess it's... Oh! We have village stuff to talk through. We have new village stuff. I forgot. I saved this vocal stuff for this stream. I didn't do the voice lines last night. What's shaking, baby? You're looking good today, except your hair. I don't know what's going on up there. Anyway, you're probably wondering why I'm here. Truth is, I have another favor to ask, you feel me? Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, so check it. I realize that my technique's just not fresh enough. I need to add some originality back into the mix. You know what I'm talking about, right? That righteous, straight style. If I could lay my eyes on one of those Monoblos cats, I bet that'd bring my freshness to the max. The foxy mama in green already knows the skinny. The password is Bad Hair Day Monoblos, you dig? Just remember to bring those sonic bombs and you'll be all gravy, baby. I'll check you later. Good looking out. Good looking out. That's exciting. That's a G-rank Monoblos. He hangs out in there, Commander Henkel. He just digs through my stuff. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, Doodle, look! A reply from the number 5 scribe at the Royal Academy. I was just about to crack it open. Hey, back off. I already called the read aloud dibs. The world is best served by cold, hard facts seen through a unique lens. Uh-huh. Needless to say, few are capable of uncovering novelty within data countless others have already scoured. Uh-huh. I respectfully advise you train your mind on more ambitious specimens and seek your breakthrough there. Uh-huh. That wasn't as soul-crushing as the last rejection. And he's right. The world needs insight, not just intellectual inundation. I guess it's time for me to be really honest. If the scribe there accepts my research, I'm thinking about leaving the caravan and enrolling in the Royal Academy. I know that becoming a scribe myself is probably just a pipe dream, but I still think there's a place there for me. Not just helping the scribes or the scholars, but helping the whole world. Doodle, there's nothing I want more. Except maybe learning to speak Rathian. If the Academy wants me to focus on tougher monsters, then so be it. Will you do this new quest for me? It's called the Silvery Spear. I don't like the sound of that. I'm kind of running out of money, but this is important. I'll pony up what I can as a reward. Guildmarm will do it for free, don't worry about it. What's the Silvery Spear? Oh, a white Monoblos. Okay, I was thinking of Silver Rathalos. That's cool. I haven't fought white Monoblos since Freeman Night. I'm excited for this. Neat. We'll probably do these tonight. I love frickin' village quests. They're cool. Let's see, we had a question here. Would you ever attempt to make your hair into a fro like that? My hair would never, ever do that. It just wouldn't. Like, you'd have to get me like a professional like studio of people to like do it up like that, and it still would look nothing like an actual afro. Monoblos is pretty neat, like a weirder Diablos. When it's angry, it moves way too fast. I'm excited. Don't remember the Monoblos being in this game? He is village exclusive. So you fight him in high rank village, I believe, and now you fight him in G rank village as well. I hope you have access to these quests after they're done. It's an Everwood quest, which to me is a little weird. Anyways, we'll do those later on tonight. We found it, Kindred Hunter. The second page of the blueprints. I just heard from Lady Gunner. It landed somewhere inside Seregios' turf. Which is unfortunate news, considering the Seregios there are tougher and more vicious than the outcasts. Sad to say, only the finest of hunters would be able to extract the page. That was a terrible wink, hang on. What do you say? Will you help me out? I'll gather the missing blueprints whilst you hunt the Seregios. I filed a quest called 1,000 Shimmering Swords. The Guildmarm will set you up. The blueprints will be back together in no time. I can just feel it. Horror. Hello, Hyper Apex Seregios. Welcome. You farmed out Silverlos' armor. Congrats. And White Monoboses. Got you. Wrist is having a stroke. I'm not having a stroke. I tried to wink at you. I think you should take a shot at voice acting. I don't think so, but this is fun to do for you guys. Ah, Hunter. I was looking for you. Yes. Unfortunately, the guild has received more complaints about that strange monster. Complaints, yes, but still no actual confirmed sightings. This time, the report concerns a quest called Shrouded in Mystery. The monster must be fast if it can move from one place to another so quickly. The gunner insists it won't be there, but I have a duty to track it down. Would you mind going out into the field for me again? So he's not tracking it down, I am. Report back if you see the monster. The gunner promised to provide advice once you're in the area. Cool. What are we hunting for that? Can you share a doggo clip? Yeah, sure. Whoa, okay, so 1,000 Shimmering Swords, Shrouded in Mystery is a Shrouded Ursula, Bad Hair de Monoblos, and the Silvery Spear. Oh, this is so exciting, dude. So many cool things. That's not dogs. That's Minecraft. She is doggo? Oh, okay. Is this your stream? No, it's Soul Nako. Cool. Wait, did she just... Okay, I thought the bread was named Dog. Like, I thought she ate a loaf of bread that was named Dog, and I was concerned. That's not the case. Is there any voice here? There's not. Okay. Oh man, the hearth music's good. We should sit there. I'm gonna sit there for one of the warm-ups. Or one of the intros soon. Alright, nothing new here. Let's see about Sunsung Isle. Oh yeah. There's also a weapon raffle going on right now. If you'd like to choose my weapon for a Tiger Stripe Zamtrios as our warm-up today, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat right now. I'm gonna choose that weapon here shortly. It's been going for like 10 minutes, I forgot. Because we were talking and doing dialogue. Alright, that's all the new voice stuff for us for now. Uchi's a cat? Uchi is a cat. You clipped her when she said her wife had come? She got raided? Oh, okay. Cool. I don't know if I totally understand, but be boomer. It's all good. Hello, Gajiran. Welcome. You didn't check the Cathar Guru? You know what? You're right, Commander Henkel. I did not. Let me go check that. That's really smart. It's just taken out of context? Okay, I gotcha. Welcome back, Lasher and Decentus. Hope you guys are doing well. We're checking rounds for any new quest yellow bubbles. And then we're about to do a Tiger Stripe Zamtrios. Look how cool this looks. Dang. Oh right, he leaves. Actually, we'll never talk to him here again, I don't think. This game had some fantastic visual design. Guess where the guru is? I know where he is. There he is. Alright. Let's see what I'm going to use for a Tiger Stripe Zamtrios to warm up here. Do you play on a 3DS XL or 2DS XL? It is a new 3DS XL. It is the Monster Hunter Double Cross one. Or maybe Monster Hunter Cross, actually. It's kind of hard to see. I think this is upside down. Yeah, this isn't facing you guys right now. But that's a Mizutsune. A Glavenus. A Gammoth, and an Astalos. Tiger Stripe warm-up. I need the... oh, shoot. I don't know what I did there. Whoops. Something I did there I didn't like. New 3DS update? No, it didn't update. I don't update my 3DS. There's literally no point to me updating. I must have like jiggled the cable in a way I didn't like or something. The joys of real hardware, everybody. Let's see, had I done anything important? No, just the dialogue. I'll match back through that dialogue real fast. Alright, let's see what I'm going to use for that Tiger Stripe Zamtrios warm-up. Commander Henkel, what would you like me to use? And fishing? Shoot. I'll do the fishing again. Missed your playtime? 7:15. Longsword? Alright. Longsword it is for Tiger Stripe Zam. We haven't done that one yet. That's a lot. I go really slowly. I go really, really slowly. When you spend like 100 hours just collecting weapons at the end of each rank, it adds up. Hey, Capilapis, welcome. Yeah, 715 hours in this game since February. Honestly, with how much time we've had inside, I'm surprised it's not more. Your PC world file is 940 and your console file is about 600? Yeah, big numbers. All right, let's see. What is Tiger Zam weak to? Is it ice? I think it's ice. This should be interesting with Longsword. Yeah, people have some insane hours. Like, this is nothing compared to some other... Yeah, it is ice. This is nothing compared to what some people have got. Yep, I'm still a wee babe in terms of hours in the series. Okay. Well, I know you guys like the Sunsung Isles theme, so enjoy the Sunsung Isle theme as I fish before we head back out. And then we're gonna do Tiger Zam. Thanks for dealing with me doing all the voice lines and taking a little bit to start up. I always feel like slightly guilty starting the stream and like not getting straight into a hunt straight away. Just leave your console on with the game opened? What's the point in that? I don't know. That's why I don't put much stock in game hours, is like game hours don't really mean much of anything. Like they're a neat metric, but like it doesn't really matter. It's like HR. Nobody, like it doesn't really mean much about what you can do. Alright, Commander Henkel, I hope you get some good coffee. And like also be happy and kind of proud to look at my playtime number when it gets really large like that. They don't necessarily mean much of anything about how good a player you are, or I don't know, if you're worth watching or not, or anything like that. Yeah, exactly. Like I've played this game on stream, not this particular game, but Monster Hunter on stream for a couple years now, and I still feel just decent. Yeah, I also like to know Capilapis. I'm glad they show you. For a game that has so much commitment in terms of time, it's nice to be able to see it. Okay. Oh shoot, actually, hang on. Almost ready to start. Yeah. It adds up. If you play Monster Hunter a lot every year for many years, it totally adds up. And then Rise, yeah, I'm looking forward to Rise. I was thinking about how it's not that far away now. Hey, IRB Goodja, welcome.
So tasty.
It's so nice that this is set in a town from Dose. That's so prestigious. Sorry, Schmeg. Can't wait for Coffee Club Rise streams. It's gonna be a good time. The Coffee Club? I haven't thought of a name that I like calling people who come and watch the stream. Besides just nice people. Maybe one day they'll give us Lock back. I think that would be a really nice little bit of fan service. Kind of like this map is and Dundorma is, that kind of thing. Dundorma especially. Hyper Rajang? Allegedly? I thought it was destroyed by a Gen Moran, Schmeg. Okay. So the reason we're fighting this guy is that we're pretty close to making this guy's switch axe. Welcome back, Commander Henkel. Enjoy your coffee. I thought that might happen. That was so mean. Jumped out of the way just in time. Alright, this is going to be an interesting fight with Longsword. Longsword is not the most mobile weapon. It's not the most slow weapon either. But it doesn't have a shield, or any quick way of getting out of the way if an option like the beam comes out. Like, the Fade Slash is probably enough to get out of the way of the beam, or Fade Slash roll, but it'll be interesting. Hi, Mixalog, welcome. Sounds an awful a lot like you're wishing it was Gun Lance. Lance was an okay matchup for him. This one should be okay. How's the G2 things going? We actually haven't started G2 things yet tonight. I'm doing a warm-up hunt in G1 because I still need a couple weapon materials for some upgrades. We'll probably do them as like warm-up hunts and cooldown hunts as we'll keep looking at some of the weapons I was working on. Because I didn't finish 100% of the list I was doing. Most of the night tonight is going to be soloing G2 though. After this quest is going to be the double Seregios in G2. We did the single Seregios last night. Hi Fortuna. What game are you moving on to after this? Monster Hunter Rise. I'm planning on playing this game until March. I'm really slow, so I'm probably going to take until March, like the next 3 months, getting through the rest of G rank and collecting gear and being bad at the game. Ah, right, that one. Guess what today is? What is today, Capital Lapis? How are you doing tonight? I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Is it your birthday? It's Sunday. At least where I am, it's still Sunday. Are we going to die? No. Your birthday is as of 30 minutes ago? Happy birthday, Capital Lapis. I hope you have a nice day, spending it however you'd like to. And thanks for being who you are. In a little bit here, after we've done probably 1 or 2 G2 quests, if you're still hanging around Capital Lapis and you have a particular monster or weapon you'd like to see, I'd love to do a hunt for you if that's something you'd actually like to see. Where do event quests fit in the plan? I don't commit to doing the event quests solo, because some of them are just fine, some of them are just tough, and some of them are like, if you want to solo this using the same restrictions that I do for most of my play, it's going to take you like 2 weeks. So events are like kind of where I draw the line in terms of necessity for me to complete. I'm gonna try my best to complete all the village quests and all the guild quests in the game, or all the, like, you know, main guild quests. Event quests are kind of optional. I think that bothers some folks, but that's just how I view it. Event quests are sometimes dialed way, way up in a way that makes it, like, takes it from, like, somewhat masochistic to, like, super masochistic to solo them. You can save the event quests for multiplayer nights. That's true. We could do that. Just as a way to clear them. Oh, this is bad. I wonder if I kept walking if I would have been able to avoid that hitbox. Another thing is, as we get into tougher quests, you'll see a little bit of me, like, trying my best to use whatever people tell me to for the first few attempts, but if it feels like a really rough matchup for me, I'll move on from some of the really masochistic, like, multi-monster quests. I'll move on to a different weapon pick, rather. Ouch. Yeah, this is tough for longsword. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I thought my weapon was still out. Yeah, there's some weird stuff like that, where I think I just got hit by a giant thing, and my weapon shouldn't have been sheathed, but it was sheathed. Unless I sheathed it and didn't pay attention. Did you already try Elatrian tonight, Fog? You did? What'd you think? Tremors affect that? It's just weird because you don't see the tremor actually hit me, but it puts away my weapon anyways. So it's kind of like a RNG of if you actually get hit by the tremor or not. Timed out on your last attempt. He's fun, honestly. Good. I'm glad you like the fight at least. Yep, he rode the wall. There's literally nothing I could have done to get out of the way there. This is a rough matchup. Wastes a lot of time, though. Yeah, he charges around a lot. And spams a lot of moves where it's like, I know that this is a short enough recovery that I can't do a whole lot after this unless I'm already right next to him. Stream elements, hello. There we go. I really liked fighting him in Portable Third, Fog. I really liked him in Portable Third. Nope, this is Tiger Zam. I'm doing Tiger Zam as a warm-up because I still need a couple tails from him. Next is going to be double Seregios. No village? I'm going to start off with double Seregios just in case anybody watched seeing me do the Seregios last night. And then we'll do some village. I already talked to the folks. The quest givers. That next round of quests. This isn't bug snacks? No, it's not. Do the G-Ring Seregios weapons change design? They do subtly, yes. This area is so tough to fight him in. I'm not going to be using G Seregios weapons. Missed Seregios last night because work? Yeah, no worries. I figured some people did because we did it pretty late at night. So the doubles Seregios should be a good way to see that. Yep, I'm not going to be using Seregio stuff, even though it sounds like in G rank they have a little more competition. In high rank, they ruined the weapon diversity so much for me that I don't want to use them anymore. use the greatsword at least. I am planning on using no Seregios weapons until I reach the end of G3 pretty much. Then I'll let myself use them. At which point they probably won't be the best anymore, but that's kind of the point. That doesn't have anything to do with the Zelda thing. I also didn't say it was the apex of the weapons design either. Will you use gore weapons anytime soon? Probably not, because it seems like he's going to be like a rare monster to find in the Everwood. I gotcha, Fog. Bracky Sword and Shield sounds strong. I know Bracky stuff in 3 Ultimate is strong in general. I don't think I'll have to do anything spazzing. I think we'll do what feels good. I don't particularly like the gore armor. Can't wait till we get to Molten Tigrex. Me neither. I love Molten. Really? I didn't reach? Alright, whatever. That'll be interesting to see the difference in that game, Fog, because I know Slime is supposed to be quite strong in that iteration. It's really an exercise with Longsword and like going in and hitting him once or twice when he's in this form and then getting out of the way. Knowing that he's probably going to buffer something out you can't dodge. Such a weird option select. Again, really weird option select. Woo, he almost got me there. There's just nothing Longsword can do there, except not be underneath him when he does that move. Oh god, see, it happened again. So I didn't sheath my weapon there, and I didn't get hit by a tremor and then the move. I just get hit by the move, and it just randomly sheaths your weapon, and it throws me off. So I'm not crazy. That's happening. That's definitely happening, and I find that disruptive. I also have to be more careful, I guess. Yeah, I can see that the tremor might hit like a second before he does, but it's still pretty dumb. That's true too, Schmeg. And yeah, Fog, even with Sword and Shield, I still found it pretty useful to go for the head when it's presented. Even though you're not going for like a KO or anything. I think I got horn breaks with Sword and Shield a handful of times. that is very important, yeah. Hello, oh snap, what up? Welcome. Okay, we should go for its back fin. Yep, no. Yeah, playing against this matchup with a weapon like Longsword, where if he's close to you and he does some of his moves, it's basically impossible to get out of the way, is really interesting. It really is trying to teach you how to not overcommit to being around him for too long, and even then, sometimes you can still be kind of unlucky. Ever looked at the Barathite Bowgun? It can do pretty much everything. Spazzing, you talked with me about Barathite Bowgun like a day ago. I have it, but I need to upgrade it with Kushala Daora parts. Oh, you're talking about 3 Ultimate. I'm sorry. You're talking about 3 Ultimate and Fog. That makes more sense. I say, we just talked about that. Gunning Elatrium was pretty scary. Like it was pretty intuitive, especially once you'd learned the matchup with another weapon, but it was still kind of scary because he could do so much of your health if he ran into you. Oh, we're screwed. Yeah, this area is not my favorite to fight him in. A little bit jank. And the Conchu, I suppose, too. I think I used the Amatsu light bowgun for it when I was in Portable Third, so I could switch up elemental weapon or elemental ammo to match his different phases. Samtrios, that's just not very kind. Wow. Alright. Yeah, nope. That's gonna be a nope from me, dog. See ya. I'm not about that double para into charge. That's where I go. Time for Farcaster. Might have to use guns or bow to get the wings, though. Yeah, you don't really get enough time on Sword and Shield, or with Sword and Shield on the wings. Even with stuff like Switch Axe and Longsword that have more of a reach, it's not super straightforward to get his wings. I'm trying to think if there are any particular moves that present good openings. There might be one or two. It's been a little bit since I fought Elatrium, which is a bummer. I really liked learning that fight. That was one of my favorite things that we did this year, was getting to that point in Portable Third and doing the Elder Dragons. Even dual blades on the Matsu. Probably just do Stygian SNS instead, because that sounds painful to farm. Stygian Sword and Shield sounds kind of painful to farm to me. Everything I've seen about Stygian in that game seems tough. Alright. Alright, bucko. Oh, that's interesting. I'm fine with this. I don't like fighting here anyways. We've gotten almost all breaks. I think there's one more arm. That makes sense, Fog. That's true. He's tired. Yeah, he is. I'm not totally sure how his moveset changes when he's tired. Aside, obviously he's slower, but I don't know if he's like any moves of his that don't work. Maybe the para. I think the para doesn't work. Okay, that's what I thought. Whoops, I walked right into that one. Shouldn't be able to hydro cannon when it's tired. But then where would its BS come from, dude? It's not that BS, but it is frustrating. Oh, this is dumb. I shouldn't. I didn't get punished for it. Oh, really dumb. Oh, and we're paying the price. God, that's such a punishing monster. You go for one moment of, I'm going to do something dumb and fun. And Zamtrios goes, I am the ruiner of fun. Oh, as it does. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I hope you're enjoying the Monster Hunter so far. Alright, I think that's 2 carts, so we're gonna have to be pretty careful. Granted, it should be getting pretty close to dead. Yep. It definitely did, 21 fire red Pepega. It definitely did. I imagine a lot of the weapons would feel like this on him. Like, I think if we were doing switch axe versus him, that would feel pretty similar to this. You have decent mobility in some of your moves, and some of your moves are more committal than others. Hey, no fact, welcome. Oh, not cool. I know he's Divine Blessing propped. Messed up your arms today? Went too hard in the exercise? I'm sorry. I hope they feel better soon. Like, are they actually, like, injured feeling DeSantis, or just real sore? Not that one is more or less important, but it would be a bummer if you're actually injured. Really, really sore. Yikes. Drink lots of water. I think in Portable Third Fog, that attack didn't have any drag into it. It was just like a swipe. P3rd and 3U Elatrian are actually pretty different. There's no binder or anything in Portable Third either. I'm not following it down there. Going down there with it is just asking to get killed. I won't do it, Zamtrios. Shouldn't do this. Yep, that's why. I'm so glad I didn't commit. Alright, where's he going? Darn, he's not weak yet. I was hoping he'd be weak soon. Because we definitely are on 2 carts now. I don't like that feeling. That's fair, Fog. That's a nice observation. I hope you're doing well tonight, no fact. There we go. There we go. See, I thought he was going to be weak soon. This is the usual time for him to do that. I wonder if he'll go straight to 3. Or if he's going to go back out to the opening area and work his way slowly to 3. Good on you for getting back into it, DeSantos. That's hard to do this year. I feel like for all the free time many of us have had, it's not overflowing in motivation. Please just be here. Darn it. See, now we're playing like a risky game of do you try and cap him out there? Do you wait? I'm going to bet that he's going to be aggressive enough to come over here. We did it. Now hopefully we'll get the tail brand. Thank you, Commander Henkel. Do you have any tips for Latrian? Fought the village one in GU, but this one feels a lot harder. You said you were getting better at head snipes. It's pretty important to try and kind of recognize all of the openings that you can get in on the head and try and capitalize on them as much as you can. Really, I found it, like, I found it less of a damage thing for me. Like, I wasn't timing out so much as I was tripling. And so for me, I found it was pretty important we didn't get a single tail piece this game, dude. I found it pretty important to get used to how the different charges work so that I wouldn't get hit by his charges as often. That was definitely what was giving me the hardest time, I think. That and understanding when he was in the air, how not to get hit by his things from the air. I know it's not super, like, helpful advice, but trying to capitalize on the head as much as possible, and then trying to understand the distances for his different charges and kind of try and pay attention to when he usually does the long charge versus the short charge, that kind of thing. Yeah, that high rank village Latrian is supposed to be the toughest version of it, basically, or one of the toughest versions for sure. Yeah. I don't know if that's really helpful advice or not. Oh, Funky Feeling's back. We have a Savage Devil Joe in the expedition, but I'm not going to do that right now. We're going to do the double Sergio's quest next. So, if you're here and you've been waiting for the G2 to start, now is the time. If you'd like to choose my weapon for a double Sergio's, go ahead and type ! ticket. Greatsword and hammer make head sniping easy. Yeah, or easier, yeah. I hope it was easier, yeah. I found hammer to be a very difficult matchup to get the hang of. Like, a very difficult matchup to get the hang of on the Latrian. But once I got the hang of it, that was a very satisfying matchup. You basically had to pay attention to, like, where the head kind of shifted for a couple seconds at the end of some of its animations and be there to do a super pound. Yeah, hammer is rough. Hammer, I did not, like, hammer was so satisfying when I got the hang of it, but I think it was probably the toughest thing for me to learn. It was really hard, Fog. I know that's not all that encouraging, but it was really fun. It was just really hard. Also, I don't know how you feel about doing this, but looking up videos of others soloing the monster with your weapon that you're using can usually be helpful. because it means that you can kind of see what openings they try and capitalize on and go, oh, I didn't even realize that was an opening. Now I can do that. Yeah, it was the golf swing and the super pound timing backlasher. Going for those every time it turned around was pretty rough. Didn't I already talk to this guy? Maybe that was before the 3DS crashed. Oh shoot, he left. God darn it. Like a dragging element spin? Yeah, he does that. Too slow? I was too slow. I was busy with something. No, 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 not Poogie. Stop, 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 stop. Jesus. No, stop, stop, stop. God. Oops. I forgot which button it was. I know when I'm supposed to talk to him, but I accidentally talked to Poogie instead. Well, now that won't be a problem, because Poogie's not here anymore. Okay, we already read this dialogue before, but the 3DS crashed. Okay. Last call for the weapon raffle. If you'd like to choose my weapon for a G-Rank double Sergios, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat right now. Yeah, that's the plan, Spazzing, is after this double Sergios, I think I'll probably focus on the village quests. And then we'll get back to the G2 hub quests after those are done. Yeah, super fine line there, walking on the sun. I haven't done that quest. It sounds tough. Alright, let's see what I'm going to use. N10 boot, what would you like me to use for the double Sergios? Congrats. Give me the horn. Oh boy, this is gonna be interesting. I almost grabbed the hammer by mistake. Maybe wishful thinking, Game God. Maybe wishful thinking. Dunes at night. Yeah, I've heard that fog. I've heard that it hits harder than some other ones. Right. Double G rank Regios with Hunting Horn. Let's see how this goes. Out for the count. What have you missed? We just fought Tiger Stripe Zamtrios with Longsword for a warm-up. We needed tail pieces. We didn't get a tail piece. The 3DS crashed once, so we had to redo some dialogue, but you missed some voice acting and a Tiger Stripe Zam. We're about to do double Regios with Hunting Horn. This Hunting Horn is sad in this game, by the way. Really, really sad. It looks cool. It sounds so bad. Wait, no. Somebody at least big sip for you? No, but that's okay. Sounds so much worse. Yeah, I figured it was spazzing. I figured it wasn't like a, oh, that version of the horn sounds bad. It's like, no. If they have that sound effect in the game, it's probably just all versions of the horn sound like that. I guess not quite as sad as that Fog, but this specific horn sounded so good in Monster Hunter Freeman 8. Time to smack some toes. Gotta be careful about that. We have a lot of super armor, as you saw there, which means we can get chipped to death pretty darn easily. Whoops. Whoops. That wasn't a worthwhile trade. Hey Uchi, it's good to see you. How you doing, man? How's your day today? Ooh, didn't expect that to come at me like that. Just doing some new guy roleplay, I dig it. It's funny that lots of folks come in with that, like, whoa, I had no idea someone played this. It's like, yeah, I've only streamed like, I've only streamed like 700 hours of this game. It's good. Just for you, this year, I've streamed 700 hours of OTB. Maybe not 700 hours of this game straight. I have 700 hours in this file, so I've actually probably streamed somewhere around like 600 hours of this game. I can actually look at that. Not easily like this very second, but I can look at that number pretty easily. This horn sounds like actual castanets? No, the sound itself is a cool sound, but it sounds really low and muffled in this game. In Freeman Knight, it sounded really nice. Alright, well, thanks for saying hi, Lucci. I hope you have a nice night with Rosie. Yeah, not about it. Not about it. Not about the double Steve. Double Steve seems bad. How's your sound settings? They're maxed. It's not my sound settings, Skiffy. It's the actual game that just has a worse compressed sample of the sound. One sec. I'm trying to find a video that has the horns sound in it, but it's actually kind of hard to find. I know I have it in some of my VODs. I could pull it up later. Whatever. I tried. But yeah, no, the sound settings are maxed. It just sounds really faint. What monster do you think needs a subspecies or a variant the most? I don't know. A lot of the good ones already have one. Oof. Popo, there you go. Steve is actually a pretty good answer. Most of them, like, I'm trying to think through a lot of the fights that I really enjoy. They already have variants and rare species and stuff. There are ones where I'm like, I could use another version of this. Like, I could always use another tougher Nargacuga that isn't a pushover. Oof. Oof. No thanks. I'm good. Let me think about that question while I'm resting here for a moment. Cowards die in shame. Sorry, buddy. I got 2 of these things to kill. Steve already has a subspecies? He does not. Duramboro. No, Duramboros has one. Shoot. Most of the monsters have one. Like, there aren't that many monsters that don't have one. Honest. It's in a side game. Do you mean Explorer? I don't count anything that's an Explorer. It's still a subspecies. I don't count anything that's an Explorer. Want to see it in a main game? That's a plumber. This isn't much fun. I'm gonna nope out of that one too, actually. Sorry, I do that twice in a row. Fun is subjective. Well, that was nerve-wracking. Yeah, like if your subspecies is in the same game as Pumpkin Uragon, I think maybe we got a problem. Christmas Volvodon. Which one is ours? That one. Oh, man. Good, 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 good. He's leaving. Watermelon Urgon's better. I like Pumpkin Gun. I would take Pumpkin Gun in a mainline game. I would take Pumpkin Gun as a flagship, dude. You arrive on a new locale. There's no food. Your only hope for survival. Pumpkin Gun. They're following each other in a pretty obnoxious way right now. Break the AI up, I'm trying. It's kind of hard to. They get on the same track. Ugh. I think he comes here. All right, see you, Commander Henkel. Yeah, he comes here. Nope, never mind. He skipped over this area. Switch back ASAP. I'm going to keep focusing the one biotech. I'm sure that would help split them up more, but I'm going to keep focusing on one. I guess I don't really know what monster I feel like needs a subspecies, doesn't currently have one. Yeah, I got you, biotech. That makes sense. Have the one leave and then it's basically switch targets. Oh, bummer. Whoop, okay. was not a very long exhaust, was it? I think we should have a fire Diablos that eats cactus, like water cactus. Maybe a good subspecies. Crazy fire Diablos. That was supposed to be a backslam. What, Fog? No. Or what, Skiffy? No, no way. Couldn't be in turn 2. Oop, that was supposed to be me sheathing my weapon. No! Roll out to the side, not front of him. Feels bad, man. I know it is Skiffy. You know, Frontier definitely did not forget Hypnocatrice. There were a great many Hypnocs in Frontier. Yeah, I really don't know why they picked Lavasia. I really don't know why they picked Lavasia over Hypnoc. That would be pretty cool, Fire Red Peppico. We'll see. Frontier copyright? They're both definitely owned by Capcom. Like, it might be that the Frontier team or whatever part of Capcom was running Frontier had different goals in mind for the monsters from that game than the main games, but copyright probably wouldn't play into it. Didn't people get mad they were in a mainline game? I remember hearing that, yeah, players cared that they were going over to the main game. At that time, there weren't that many there weren't that many monsters that were unique to Frontier. And so people who were paying subscriptions to play Frontier were upset because, I mean, like, why are we paying for this if it's going to end up in the main games? Should get that shiny drop in a second here if we can. They're both here. Grabbing this. Nice, that missed us. Sergio's lens, that feels good, man. Ugh. Sick. Yep. I do not mind this matchup with Horn. Where's it going? I'm confused. It's going to Area 2. Has anyone else made snacks for the show? I had a donut right before I started. Yeah, the Lavasioth sub was really cool. Or actually, wait, Spaz, are you talking about the pair of Lavasioth, or are you talking about a different one? Because the pair of Lavasioth was really neat. The red Lavasioth? Ah, I forgot about them. Yeah, there was a pair. There was a gold and silver Lavasioth that had partner attacks in Frontier. It was really neat. Whoops. Did our movement buff wear out? No. Nice, got it. I was hoping for that. I forget if I ever fought the red one. I don't think I fought the red one. This fight is all about chip. All about the chip damage. Well, all right, all right. I won't go there. I won't go there. Whoop. Whoop. There we go. Whoop, that was supposed to be backstab, but obviously you can't spam them close to each other like that. Hopefully the second one will go even quicker, because we don't have to chase it around so much. Where does he go to sleep? I guess we have a paintball on him, so we'll get to see where he goes off to. We can cap this first one for the sake of time savings. Yeah, I do not mind this matchup at all. Horn's super armor lets you get away with some kind of silly stuff against his scales. Whoops, that was right in front of him. All right. I knew I shouldn't have done that after failing it so many times. You gotta hit it pretty early into the area if they're in here. And his paintball just wore off too. Nice. That's pretty frustrating. Like I said, my fault. I shouldn't have been so impatient with that. And I shouldn't have gone for it after failing it several times over. They're both here. How lovely. I think the other one's leaving. Yeah, the other one just left. Look how baller Horn is. Can just stand there and deal with the scales. Like, who cares? Oh, it wasn't even worth going for capture on that one. Yep, no, spazzing, that happened way after Iceborne. Like, COVID happened way after Iceborne. Orochi was like Orochi rumors have been around since base game. Alright, we just gotta be kind of careful on the second one, and we'll be just fine. Could run a little close on time, depending on how this other one's HP rolled. Fought Orochi in 4U? I have. It's fine. I think it's kind of neat seeing a Kieran that's not Thunder. What did we get from that dude? Slave scale and a lens. Well, the lens is from the shiny. It's a different area. I guess I was spazzing. I kind of doubt it. I think most of the leaks that came out proved to be like of kind of middling accuracy throughout World's life cycle, to the point where I don't put too much stock in it. Like, some of the monsters I got were right on, and other ones were not so much. Why are your new 3DS graphics output look better than yours? Are you tweaking something? What do you mean by look better? Look better than yours? I'm making sure to keep the original aspect ratio. I'm not stretching it. And the new 3DS targets 60 frames per second, where the original 3DS targets 30 frames a second, or roundabout. But no, I'm not tweaking anything aside that. I'm not even putting a sharpness filter or anything on it. This is just how it looks straight from the capture card. Okay, where on earth did the Sergios go? I remember that one. That leak was pretty spot on. I don't know what happened with Orochi. Yeah, the legs are a bad hit zone fog. The legs are not worth going for. Where the heck did our boy go? Here he is. Alright. That's fine. That's a herb. Oops. Aw, man. Aw, too smart. He went away from the ledge. Oops. I'm not gonna dive over into that Epseros pit. No. Ooh, and no movement buff. Cool. Hi, Epseros. I think there's probably supplies delivered that I should have picked up by now. Oh well. Do I already have them? No. That's one. This should be safe. Whoop. Ouch, that's not good. I think our movement buff is still out, so we'll probably play this song into his head. Whoop, that's gonna hit us. Dude, Divine Blessing is such a crutch. Oh my god. We gotta make sure that's not in my next set. See you in a minute. I want some supplies and I want to deliver this tier. Lots of nice camp healing. That's how you know it's G rank. I don't think I have a whole lot to say about Iceborne's updates. I think they did a good job. I think they did a lot better job than base games updates. There were more of them, and they weren't random monsters from other games. So I thought it was cool. And it was free. So I think they did a nice job. I think, like a lot of folks, I wish that there was less reliance on events for certain monsters to be able to be fought in general, and just for materials. Like, if you're gonna have time-limited events, don't make certain monsters lock behind them. That's just lame. Oh, I should've gone for the head, probably. Oh well, whatever. At least that's remedied now. Ristretto's theme is pretty nice. Yes, they did with this most recent update, spazzing, yeah. Well, that's okay because those events aren't time limited, Skiffy. Like, it's not the event quest thing that bothers me, it's that you don't have access to all the events involved all the time. I know you had to wait to be able to have access to those, like it's not like they were in the game at the beginning, but at least once you had them, you had them. Wasn't MH4U also like that with events? I don't know. I don't know what monsters you would have added through events in that game. It already had so few. It has timed events for Gen. Oh, that's true, I guess. Oof. Dude, the damage behind some of those moves is gnarly. chugging them first aids. Nice. Shoot, that wasn't even the recital I was going for either. Genfrey, you're so smug. Hi, Rosa. Look how smug he was. Stupid Genfrey. Yeah, welcome, Rosa. Whoops. Are there any game content mods of note for trying? Skiffy, there is one mod that will mod the game so that the high rank quests take place as the low rank village quests, but they're still going to be in the low rank village hub, so it's not really like adding high rank back into the game. That's the only mod I can think of for that game. I don't know if I feel like... I don't feel like... I mean, you can see what the high rank would have been like in the game, but it's really not like having the high rank restored at all. But it's the same quest and materials? Yeah, but without any of the like proper progression for it. Like it just dumps them into the village is my understanding. Like you just have access to all the high rank quests. There's no like progression, keys, or anything like that. Which I mean, for some folks probably sounds great. I guess. Should probably pick this up. It's shiny. Yeah. Apsaro's shield. Oh god. Poor Apsaros. Cool. Both their breachers. Regios is a really good fight. I don't actually know. Does he get anything new in G rank? It actually doesn't seem like he is. Like I haven't noticed anything new in terms of moves or patterns. Like he's aggressive and his chip does a lot more damage, but I actually don't think he gets any new moves. After GOG he does? Oh, interesting. In guild quests? Oh, okay. But his regular G rank version does not get anything new. That's kind of disappointing. This is going to be kind of close time-wise, I think. by regular G-rank version spazzing, I mean not in the guild quests. The guild quests are something I consider to be a little different. In events you can fight the guild quest version, but pretty much no. Interesting. Weird. Spacing's weird. Oh, good. I think I haven't been going quite hard enough on this one's feet. Missed. No limp. Uh-oh. That's not good. Paintball just wore out. Heading straight this way. That's weird. That's 5, I guess. 5 or 10. I'll definitely make sure to paintball him so I don't lose him now. We gotta deal some damage. We have bombs. Could use bombs. He's not here. This is a pretty hype quest. A rare quest where I feel good with Hunting Horn. He's not here either. Where the heck did he go? Did he go back to Area 1? It didn't look like it. This is frustrating. At this point, we might as well just wrap around. A little concerning. Actually, hang on. Let's skip 2 for now. I really don't think he went to 2. Oh, here he is. Weirdo. I've never seen him in here. What are you doing? Good thing we paintballed it. I swear. Where's he off to? Is he going to 1? He's going to 4. Back where he was before. What a weirdo. I don't usually see him come in here. Ah, he's hungry. No, eat. Ooh, a little spooky here. For that, we're gonna go ahead and walk up a ledge. Take this. Nope, 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 nope. There. He actually has a pretty hard time with ledges, I think. Yeah. Ooh, the bonk, though. This is actually coming down to it in terms of health and time, isn't it? This is a limp. Wanted to dunk really badly there on the tail. Didn't think it was going to happen. We still have the paintball on him, which is good. Cap. I used my one trap earlier and the other Strategos didn't fall into it, so I don't have a trap anymore. We will likely bomb him. I think he sleeps in 5, and we have bombs, so that's the plan. He's heading to 5 right now. We've got like 3.5 minutes, so we should be okay. Didn't sleep yet. Still going for the bombs. Remobra, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Dang it. Well, rip Remobra. Okay. Woo-hoo-hoo! Yeah, that was really close. How was that? 2 minutes left? No, 1.5 left. That was double G rank Regios with Hunting Horn. Oops, bumped the mic, sorry. Whew. There was some adrenaline there at the end there. Hello, Queen Boy, welcome. Sub 50 minutes, Poggers, world record. What's next? Whatever's in Village. Monoblos? It's going to be either, I think, Shrouded, Marcilla, or Monoblos. It might just be another Regios. If it's another Regios, we'll just skip over that one and do a different quest. I don't need to have 3 Regios quests back to back. Cool, we got the Breacher. That's nice too. Whew. 48 minutes. I'm excited for Shrouded. I was going to be pretty sad if we timed out there at the end. Yeah, it was really close. I would not have felt super motivated to do that quest again with Hunting Horn right away. The first quest we have is 1,000 Shimmering Swords, which is to hunt a Regios. We'll do that in a little bit. Next is Shrouded in Mystery, which is to hunt a Shrouded Marcilla. There's a high probability that our elusive foe will appear in the dunes. We may be too late, but I won't give up on this lead. Please investigate it so I can close the books on this one. Alright. If you'd like to choose my weapon for my first Shrouded Nursilla. Let's see here, give me a second. Go ahead and type exclamation mark ticket. I am gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. See you guys in a moment. Hey Moldy. Good to see you. And we're back. Alright, I'm gonna give that another minute or so on that weapon raffle. If you'd like to choose the weapon for my first Shrouded Nursilla ever, go ahead and type exclamation mark ticket in the chat. I'm pretty looking forward to this one. Both for the weapon upgrades that we can get from it, and just because it's a new monster I've never fought before. I've never even seen footage of this monster. I think I've seen like a picture or two, maybe in an old trailer for 4U, but never seen footage of it. So I'm pretty excited. All right, well, let's see here. Let's see who's gonna choose. Fog, what would you like me to use for this G-Rank Shrouded Nursilla? It's a G-Rank Village Shrouded Nursilla. I almost thought about going with the hub one first, so it was tougher, but I didn't. Because Village is cool. Lance? Ooh. Let's see. I know it wears a Kezu. Kezu is weak to fire, so I bet at first it's going to be weak to fire, and then later on it's going to be weak to something else. Regular Nursilla is weak to the opposite. So I'm gonna guess, like, regular Nursilla is weak, is using the skin to cover up her primary weakness. So let's see. Regular Nursilla is weak to fire until you break it off, and then it's weak to thunder. So this one would be weak to fire until you break it off, and then what would Kezu's skin be strong against? Let's take a look at Kezu's armor and see what its highest elemental defense is. And we're going to bring that weapon, I think. Provided I have one. Weak to damage, that's good. So strongest elemental resistance is ice. So I bet, I don't want to be spoiled on it, don't tell me. So I'm going to bring ice. We have a good ice science too. It's one of our higher raw ones anyways, so whether that's it or not, we'll be fine. Yeah, this is one of our nicest lances. The Destructor. Everything's weak to raw. Well, I farmed up elemental lances for the most part. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what Nursilla is weak to once you break its skin off. I got you, Moldy. I figured. Alright. Where did this quest take place? I think... I forgot already. Dunes at night. Okay, that doesn't really surprise me. Oh, I have to take the quest. Imagine that. Taking the quest. Poison and blast your phase when you don't know what something's weak to. I don't have either of those lances right now. I don't think I have much in the way of status lance. Hi there. Well, here I am again, tagging along because the Lancer thinks I can give you advice. I told him you'd have the hunt done before I even opened my mouth, but you know him. Anyway, looks like a shrouded Ursula is on today's menu. Unlike its everyday counterpart, this one can burrow. You'll have to watch for it both above and below. Sounds like a real headache, right? Well, it may have shrouded in the name, but it's not invisible. I'm still convinced a totally different monster is responsible for the caravan attacks. Still, the guild wants the shrouded Ursula dealt with. Sounds like it's attacked the livestock in a nearby village on numerous occasions. We'd better take care of it, but don't let your guard down and get paralyzed on me, okay? Cool. I don't know, Spadling. I haven't looked. This one's pretty high raw and pretty high element, with also good sharpness. Shrouded hype? I'm pretty hype. Her burrowing makes me think that she'll probably stay out in these larger opening areas for the most part. About the same. That's a bummer. Here it is. It's like gold and purple, I know that much. Oh, and it's got Kazu skin on it. Ooh. Creepy. I like how it's gold and crystals. Okay, it's got the jump. Whoa. Okay. Oh, okay, that goes apart and then hits. I have to try and hit and feel where it's good, damage-wise. Woo! That was cool. A double swing with a para. It has poison still. It's good to know. Now they're on the hunt, can we tell you if you got it right? I'm gonna have you guys wait a little bit into the fight. Is he swinging from the clouds? Yeah, clearly. Triple web. That's super cool. That was supposed to be an aerial attack. Doesn't matter because she's going under the ground anyways. The stinger still feels like a pretty decent hit zone. So does the face, apparently. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have a different trip threshold than regular Nursilla. Okay, I believe that hit right there, the first hit that hit us, is what paralyzes you. I could be wrong, though. Epzeros, could you just not? Queen substance, huh? It's so cool seeing it fly around. Really neat. It doesn't seem to really target that super intensely. It's not right now. That was also supposed to be an aerial attack. Oh well. Oh, it feels so bad missing that counter. You have to angle it in a little bit. I forgot. It's nice because when the Kazu skin's fully broken. We could have brought fire if we wanted to fully break the Kazu skin. I think that was the first break. Just now. Lance really has a nice time with her. Is she angry yet? I think so. Watching it push the F-Zeros out of the way is pretty funny. Got off there. Ooh, tricky. I think there's another shiny drop someplace. That's so cool looking! Oh my goodness. Hey Nox, welcome. This is our first Shrouded Nursilla. We just did double Seregios with Horn, which was something. Alright, see you, Queen Boy. Thanks for being here. Have a good one. Nighttime Dunes looks amazing. I know. I'm sad this map isn't in Generations because it looks so much nicer than the regular color palette for Dunes. Dark blue with that like early sunrise light on the mountains. So nice. In a minute here, I'm gonna sharpen and heal, but this is a nice opportunity for damage. All right, that's another break. I think we broke its back. We have not broken the Kazu skin all the way off yet. Okay, when it's exhausted, it can't shoot web. Oh, it fell. This thing's getting mauled. I mean, it's a village one, so it makes some sense. She just swung right out of there. VTuber debut when? Not for me. I'm gonna be staying in my dumpy self. Hey Flames, thank you for the bits. That's generous of you. Hi, how you doing? Doing the anime protagonist when you do something cool. Did I? I missed it. That was fun, knocking her out of the air with that lance charge. I think you'd make a very cute anime girl. Thanks. I'll take that compliment. First cup of coffee VTuber. I could be like a disembodied coffee cup. This poor thing. Gotcha, my next year giving people some holiday cheer is not obligatory, but thank you, Flames. That's kind. How are we doing against the 2 Seregios? 2 Seregios are dead. Jeez. Thank you, Flames. That's too kind. You don't need to do that. I'd like to break all its skin off before it dies. Alright, chat. You can tell me if I was right about the ice res. Jesus! I mean, I know it's village. You didn't think this matchup would be so good, by the way? I was correct? Alright, sweet. That feels nice. Completing mounts is the fastest way for back breaks in 4U. Yeah, I kind of went for a mount. I didn't get the second aerial hit off, though. Oh well, that's alright. That was a little absurd, Marth, you're right. I mean, she just gets hard bullied by Lance's moveset. Especially with guard 2. Well, you don't need to put any more of it here. It's okay if I'm any bits or anything like that is just overly generous. Thank you. That was shrouded in mystery, right? Yeah. Cheers. Scisshorn, Cortex, Scisshorn, Pearl Gloss Hide, makes sense, and then Cortex. Cool. 8 minutes, 31 seconds. Cool. Shrouded Nursilla will now show up on G-Rank Expedition, so that was anticlimactic. I don't feel like we even got to see all of her stuff. Should we do the village stuff first? I mean, I guess there's no other new monsters in village yet. The stats for that quest aren't that low. You did well. Thanks for checking. Guard point super spam pretty much locks this thing down. Oh, it's CB. I got you, yeah. Let's get to the dialogue. White Mono. I think Monoblos and White Monoblos will be next, yeah. Good day. I was hoping you might stop by. So, how did it go in the field? Still no sign of the strange monster? So be it. But I saw the grave look in the gunner's eyes as she continued to watch. We must be near an answer. If I can come up with anything else, I will. I'll let you know. Do the hall shrouded next? I was thinking of that. Cheers, Flames. That's very kind of you. I hope you have fun doing that. Hub shrouded next to compare it versus village. We could. Do you guys think that'd be fun? Ace mail. What is this? Prudence. What the heck is Prudence? Skills that increase evade distance also increase attack when your health gauge is full? That's cool. Very good gunner skill. Ah. Wait, you actually have his head. Ugh. That would freak me out. Having his head. Ooh, that looks nice though. Let's look at the Nursilla stuff. That's pretty cool. The cape's nice. I think I've seen this before. Or it looks similar enough to the other Nursilla stuff. But that looks nice. I dig it. Very, very big helmets. We didn't get what we needed for her arms. Ooh, Barioth armor though. Hang on. Evasion, ice attack, constitution. Bummer. Carving, expert, evade distance, crit status. Very Gundam, yeah. Okay, cool. It's nice seeing how many things give evade distance up. Let's see, next up in Village would be... Hey lass, welcome. We just bullied our first shrouded Nursilla. Next up in Village would be Monoblos. I'm gonna do a quick poll in chat about whether we do Hub Nursey or Monoblos. Alright. 1 minute poll for if we're doing Hub Shrouded to see if we can bully that one too, or if we're doing Village Monoblos. How'd you think about it? We killed it almost too quickly to see all its stuff. It's neat, lass. It was a really neat fight. I'll vote for you, Mark. Thanks. It was a neat fight, but we killed it really quickly. We killed it in 8 minutes, or 8.5 minutes. Looks like most folks so far want to see Village Monoblos. But yeah, if you want to choose what quest we're gonna do next, go ahead and vote here. People want the blows. I like the blows. Best sub shrouded title Tiger Stripe. I like Tiger Stripe a lot. You vote Village Mono? Okay, then I think that's gonna take it. In that case, sorry to do like 2 different chat engagement things back to back. I just wanted to see what you guys wanted to look at, or what you wanted to watch next, what you wanted to look at. If you want to choose my weapon for that Monoblos, go ahead and type ! ticket in the chat. Like I said, sorry to do 2 different like chat engagement things back to back. But yeah, if you want to choose what weapon I use on my first Monoblos, go ahead and type ! ticket. A creepy carapace that, despite its quality, shocks buyers with its toxic look. Long, scissor-like jaws that are sharp and lengthy enough to cut prey in twain. Ooh. A unique dorsal spike whose toxins have solidified, increasing its potency and danger. Cool. Let's see if we can see any of them craftable in the smith. Doesn't look like it. Looks like you'd have to upgrade into it. At least for most of the ones we've looked at so far. Yeah, looks like it's upgrades only. Except for the guns? No, that's a Kongolala gun. God, that thing's so ugly. So this Nursilla sword upgrades with just Nursilla parts, Hard Claws, Scisshorns, Cortex, and Fireflies. Oh man, that's a pretty sword. Woo! And it gets even more purple, gets more raw, gets a little more sleep. So nice. That's a ton of purple. That's nice. Okay, what else? Do I have any other Nursilla stuff? I have a Nursilla hammer I was waiting to upgrade. At least I thought I did. Eh? Where's my Nursilla hammer? Oh, here it is. Yeah, sure, let's go ahead and upgrade the high rank version. And the end of high rank version. And the G rank version? Yeah, sure, why not? And then we have a shrouded one. Woo, look, it's so cool. White Monoblos' set is so fun. Made the full set, would recommend it full-heartedly if you enjoy Adrenaline and need Sharpness +1. I don't really like playing with Adrenaline. I'm not that good. At least that's not my usual style of play. Cool. Sleep Hammer sounds like it's just a fun way to play. That's neat. Great. And then last but not least, Let me take a look at that. Gun lance. Oh man, I need these in my life. These look so cool. If we can farm that Nursilla in 8 minutes, then we're set. I want to take a look at her hit zones as well, because we got the CB. Let me take a look. So you have a choice between an impact file poison and an impact file sleep. They have the same raw, but different sharpness. Shrouded Nursilla has more affinity. Both seem valid. Yeah, both seem pretty valid to me. Oof, looks so cool. How is the normal CB bat? They're almost the same. Look at them side by side in game. Since the Azure Pink CB exists. Ah, okay. I gotcha. What, like this smarts? Alright, last call for that weapon raffle. If you want to choose my weapon for my first monoblos in G rank, go ahead and type ! ticket. I'm excited. I love the blows hunts for the most part. The orb in the shield has bubbles? It does. Yep. I like that detail on the Nursilla stuff. Bubbles. Alright. I don't think it's going to say it in the chat, but Skiffy8, what would you like me to use for monoblos? Sorry, I clicked too fast. Here. Skiffy. What would you like me to use for monoblos, Skiffy? G rank monoblos. Dual blades? I don't feel bad looking up his hit zones because it's been a long time since I fought him, and I don't really remember how monoblos works. Monoblos is weakest to ice. Lucky for us, we just got some nice ice dual blades. The Lagambu ones. Cool. We'll bring those ones. I also want to take a look at Shrouded Nursilla and see what her hit zones are like. Okay, so Shrouded Nursilla, interesting, is not that weak to ice before you break its skin off, but it is still weak on its belly, and then once you break its skin off, it's very weak to ice. I sound like I just woke up. It probably does sound like that, Last Indeed. I worked today and I taught several classes. I taught several instructions on how to rock climb for the first time. And I have to protect my voice a lot more than usual because of teaching through a mask. So my voice is a little rough today. It'll be alright. It'll get used to it in a couple days. Yeah, I taught several folks how to rock climb for the first time. They did not drop me. It's good stuff. Some nice looking dual blades. Their stats are even nicer. They're maxed. 350 raw, or 350 display raw. 30 ice, bunch of white. 3 slots. We'll be able to make nice sets with these. Alright, I'm guessing this is going to take place at daytime. Yep, dunes at day. Break the Monoboss's horn is the subquest. Let's get it. I didn't actually even look at this thing's hit zones. I just looked at what its elemental weak zone is. I know you have to hit the tail on the stomach. Hey, buddy. G-rank blows. G-rank blows. Oh, that's cool. That's 2 of those. Okay. The conch is going to be the obnoxious part of this, honestly. Jumps out. Yeah. Interesting. Tail attack? Nope. 1, 2. Should be out because of the tremors. Oh, Tipper. Lucky for us, we have Divine Blessing. The Conchu are actually like more threatening right now than this guy. Okay. There's the tail attack. Angry now, I think. No, not angry yet. Sorry. We would have had challenge on our arm. Now he angry. Poor Monoblos. There we go. He got me. Good job. You did it, buddy. There we go. Finally got hit by the tremor. But he just seems like he wants to leave. He doesn't seem like much of a threat at all. I feel bad for him. He's got like such a dumpy moveset. He's like cursed to never actually charge directly at you. Don't bully Monoblos. I feel bad for him. He's got such a dumpy moveset in this game. Can you charge? No, he can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. Aww. Yeah, white mono might be a totally different story. This one... Oop, he got me that time. Oh, well, that's that. White one's scarier than Diablo? I'm excited for it then, because I really like the blows fights. Like, the blows fights are some of the most solid. I mean, aside the digging and just the constant screaming, like, the actual moveset is some of the best stuff from Gen 1. Like, dealing with their charges and having to deal with, like, lots of their hip checks and tail whips that they put out when you're close up. I mean, it can be obnoxious, but it feels, like, scary. Oh, there you go. That's some damage. There you go, mono blows. He didn't like I was talking crap about him. You did it. Ooh, a bounce. What did I bounce on? I guess his chest there or something? Oh, he's tired out. No dig. Did I not bring potions? I think I must be out of I haven't drank in 6 potions yet, have I? Maybe I have. Huh. Maybe if I've mainly been using them to heal instead of mega potions. That surprises me. Sucked down 7 potions already. I think that's it. I've been using those to heal instead of the mega potions. Okay, that's fine. Imagine if the Blossus had a pin where they hold you under their paw and just scream directly into your ear for 10 seconds. It seems like something they'd be down for. Just like full on into your face. Oop, tremor. Into. That almost looked like he was trying to attack me. So he has a mean combo. That's cool. Actually, I don't know if I classify roar combos as cool. Alright, Monoblos. I won't talk too much crap about you. Hey, you did a charge! You did it! Yeah! Go, buddy, go! cheering for Monoblos. I like him. I like his fight. It's unique. Yeah, the damage behind his moveset isn't bad. Like, he's doing pretty decent damage to me. The moveset itself just feels pretty dumpy to me. Like, if you fought a tough Diablos in the series, this is not an issue. Ooh, Glow Smedula. Cool. Is he gonna even come over here? Ooh. He actually tried to attack. His moveset is just 2 Gen 2. It's not even that, it's just not fast enough. Like when he's enraged and he does some of those charges on top of you with his horn, like those come out quickly enough to hit you. They've hit me a few times. The rest of his moveset's just too slow, and he's walking around. It's like you can see all of his moves coming a mile away. I don't know. At least I think that's what's wrong. This poor thing. Yeah, I don't actually remember Gen 2 Mono that well. I don't think he's that different from Diablos in that game. This poor thing. I mean, like, he hit us. He hit us for a decent chunk of damage. Yeah, this moveset, I don't think he did the whole, like, circling thing. I don't even know if he had all those horn moves. Your weapons are so strong? Well, they're G1 weapons, and this is a G2 monster. It's possible that they don't scale the village quests past, like, G1 difficulty. I mean, like, even if my weapons weren't so strong, it wouldn't matter. His moveset's just slow. I need, like, one that's, like, twice as fast there. I don't know. Did we break the game, Marks? That's 2 quests now from G2 that we've just bullied. I think Hub felt good. Those Seregios felt like a good challenge. The damage is there. Like, they're hitting us the right amount of damage. Rest well, Monoblos. Monoblos Chine. Backplating from the Monoblos, only the thickest pieces count as chines. You can throw the bomb down. Yep, I know. I'm just used to the other way, I guess. Tougher than the Carapace, hunters from the local region call it Mediastinum? Interesting. Slog bones. A Monoblos horn with vicious coils, as red as all the lives it has taken. That Monoblos? Taking lives? I don't know. Good, I'm glad he'll show up in Expeditions. Hopefully he'll be harder there. He'll probably have a higher health pool in the Expeditions than there, honestly. He began to smug? Huh? I'm smug? Or he is smug? Oh, I missed something she said there. Whoops. Well, let's do the Silvery Spear. I will let you guys choose my weapon for white Monoblos. Hopefully he... Oh, I don't think I'm that good at the game, Lassanid. I think that that moveset's just dumpy, that's all. I'm not trying to say I'm good. I hope it's not coming across like that. Because I don't think I'm very good at the game. I got super Omega bullied by a Najarala yesterday. I'm a pro? Not a pro. Super Omega bullied by Najarala. Alright, we're gonna do white Monoblos next. I know it's not his fault he's dumpy. It's just sad, man. He's a Blos. He's supposed to be, like, super threatening and mean and charge over and destroy you and, like, pop up under the ground. It's like, no. This guy digs so slowly, he, like, you can see where exactly he's digging, and then he, like, waits there, like, courteously, like, yeah, I'm just want to make sure you can get out of the way, man. It's a bummer, man. That's kind of the whole fight, is how that felt. It was just like, oh man, I don't actually want to bump into you, Witch's Horn. Let me make sure I give you some time so you can get out of the way. Look at the shot hit zones. Pierce destroys it. Yeah, the tail is nuts. The stomach and tail. Oh hey, more funky feline dialogue. Poor monoblows. Not gonna talk to Poogie this time. I'll talk to Poogie after this. No. There. Oh yeah! The way you took care of that monoblows cat really brought the freshness into my life. Thanks to you, I'm fresher than ever. Fresh to the bone, you feel me? You did me a solid, baby. But it still feels like I'm missing something. I just can't put my paw on it at the moment. I'll let you know when it comes to me, you dig? Stay funky, baby. Alright. Let me try and fix this up from earlier. Alright, last call for the white monoblows. If you want to choose my weapon for that hunt, go ahead and type !ticket. Disclaimer, you said white mono is fun, not the pinnacle of proper monster difficulty. I'm excited. I have fought a white monoblows, but it was a long time ago in Freebie Night. I will charge very hard twice in a row, but not in your direction, so don't worry. Exactly, right. Exactly, Capilapis. I'm really not trying to showboat around about it. I don't think that I'm that good at that, but that poor monster didn't keep up. That poor monster did not keep up. You unlock white mono? You unlocked them at the same time, Spazzing. Like, I had access to both of them before doing that quest. They're part of two different quest lines, I think. White monoblows is part of the Guildmarm quest line, and then the regular monoblows is for Funky Feline. Yep, we have a ticket going on for the white mono right now. I'm gonna give it like 15 seconds here, then we're gonna start. I like the fight, by the way. Like, I like blows fights. They're always fun. That one was just really slow. Like, portable third felt way tougher than that. The portable third blows in high rank, so that's a bummer. I guess those were Diablos though, not monoblows. All right, I ended it, and Monstropolis with a 5% chance. Congrats. What would you like me to use for white monoblows? I mean it, Marths. It's a bummer. Like, that wasn't a hard fight. He didn't even, like, he felt so slow. I should shut up about it. I'm gonna eat my words, I'm sure, in a moment here. But I'm just bummed because I like blows fights a lot, and that one wasn't too tough. It's not rigged. A weapon is gonna give monoblows a fair fight? LOL. I don't know what this monoblows is like. Maybe he's crazy. Don't give him lance. Give me lance. Give me a bow gun. Give me a bow. What's it gonna be? Incoming triple the white monoblows. That would be the comeuppance that I deserve, isn't it? For how much crap I've talked. Imagine walking around the monster in the quest and be like, oh, good for you. You did a charge. Let's do lance so you can put him out of his misery. I think he's weak to fire. I really can't remember. We just straight up bullied one kind of minute ago. Welcome, by the way. He's weak to thunder. Okay. I don't think I do have a thunder lance. What is this? No, that's para. We just made this lance, why not? Just been lurking. I got you. I figured. That's okay. I hope your night's going nicely, Ken. Yep, just to be clear, if I do triple, it will 100% be like the comeuppance I deserve for how much crap I just talked about monoblows. Can I upgrade this lance? Oh, something about blueprints there. I should be more careful about the dialogue I mouse over. That was probably gonna be something good. We need Black Diablo stuff. I'm sure Diablos is gonna be scary in this game. 4th gen Diablo sounds pretty scary because I'm sure they tuned up his speed and challenge in an interesting way. Oh, this is the wrong set. Darn, I like how this set looks. I don't really like how my guard set looks all that much. The Dalmadur piece I don't really like. Dalmadur's armor is not my thing. Or at least not when mixed with the armor pieces we've got mixed with right now. I think it'd be okay if there were other armor pieces with the right colors and styles. But they're not. Why'd you need guard if you can just walk away from his moveset? We gotta get some stakes in here, man. We gotta get some stakes in here. In the Everwood, too. This thing's terrifying? Let's see how we do. I mean, he sounds tougher than the other ones. Mars was straight up like, I don't think this is good difficulty, it's just fun. Which to me said this thing is screwed up in one way or another, but it can be fun to get used to. So this set has Challenger +2, Speed Sharpening, Recovery Up, Divine Blessing, but no guard. How far is my third save, Pro Cow? I'm at the end of the game. Also, Ryan, let me know sometime tonight while you're here if you want me to do a certain monster or a certain weapon, okay? I'd like to do something for your birthday. Incoming triple. Like I said, if that happens, I will 100% deserve it because I'm talking some mad crap. Hello, White Monoblos. Okay, he actually roared. It doesn't look like he's gonna go for a roar when he does that. This area is pretty bad though. Oh, he's fast. Okay. I wonder if you can iframe it. Ooh, that's cool. Look at that. Ooh, and it's faster on the back. That's neat. I like that. Oh, I don't like that. Just walk away. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We got these easy max potions. We got these easy flash bombs. We'll be fine. You're gonna make a video. You don't need to make a video of this. Alright, let's see what he's like when he digs. That's not much better than that one. Ooh, bounce. Dig. Tremor. He's like, oh, he still does the same little thing where he sits there for a bit. Thanks, Squid Sludge. Thanks. I feel very, very lucky. And just grateful that people want to watch. Ooh, that chip is not good. It doesn't seem like something you can iframe through either, which is a bummer. Is he gonna do it again? Can you outrun it? You can. Oh, it lasts really long too. And then he does a chip check. Ooh. I like this guy's moveset. This is fun. Oh, right. Hey. That is so, that is so made to punish every blows muscle memory you've got. He's charging. I'm safe to heal. Look, for the record, I didn't say just walk away. Somebody else said that, and I decided to switch my weapon, or my set. Whoops, that was supposed to be a lance charge. That was supposed to be a lance charge. Screw this X plus A input. God darn it. Here we go. He looks cool with his like face paint or like markings on his shine on his head. I remember breaking horns like this in Free Me Night. Hey Turnip, welcome. We're having a bit of a moment here. That's a long para, it was. You can totally iframe that. I want to do it so bad. The other one was slow. I never said this one was slow. How you feeling right now? Look, I didn't talk crap about this one. The one bit of talking crap I did was switch my set to this set. I was talking some crap about the other one. I wish you luck, FPS failure. And yeah, this is a very cool moveset for this monster. Very cool. Do you have a G-rank Garuga quest? No. We have high-rank Garuga stuff we could level up to G, but no. Got your Celtis Rapid Fire Water Machine. I hope it goes down nice and quick for you, FPS failure. That sounds like a good setup. Celtis Rapid Fire Water Machine. Apparently there's one really hellish Frenzy Garuga event, and then there are guild quests and expeditions, yeah. I didn't have to actually hop that. Whoops. Didn't mean that to be a neutral. What map is that? This is in the Everwood. So the Everwood's kind of like an expedition area where it's kind of randomly generated areas that are strung together. Oh my goodness, this dude's para never ends. I'm cool with that. He's probably mad now. Or tired. What do you think of its charge that takes a second to home in on you? It seemed fine. Uh-oh. Thanks, Divine Blessing. Didn't know it had different biomes. Yep. There's a cave, there's dunes, there's woods. It's pretty neat. Its homing charge didn't feel too bad, Marks. I could still roll out of the way pretty easily. So far there haven't been any that you have to dive. Yeah, let's put him up here. Up here's probably best. Aw, he got me that time. Woo! Dead. I'm gonna give you guys some bonus beans because of all the crap that was talked. Turnip Juice, you missed out on me talking some mad crap about monoblows. Say sorry? I didn't say anything about this monoblows. Y'all are overblowing this. The most feel-good triple of all time. Agreed. No excuses. The only thing I did that was a slight towards that white monoblows was bringing my non-guard armor set. I was talking some mad crap about regular monoblows. I'm not sorry for his cousin. Not like guard would have saved you from any of those cards. Yeah, it's true. It was mostly stun. I mean, you wouldn't have gotten hit so many times if you could just tank those. I think guard would make this matchup pretty safe. Welcome back, Commander Henkel. You missed me tripling to a white monoblows after talking some mad crap about its cousin. How many cards? We tripled. Yeah, our other set has guard 2. So guard 2 would make this fight pretty straightforward. I'm not too upset about it. Talking crap about his family members and exclude him? Do you have an evade lance set? I don't like using evasion skills. Evasion skills would also make this... I don't know. Evasion skills wouldn't make this a whole thing. Maybe evade extender more so than evade plus. Oop, legs are bounce. Alright, Monoblos. Wasn't legs, it was his front chest or like his neck. It's the chest, okay. Front chest, like not stomach. That's what I meant by that. Okay, so you can't do that. Yep, we defeated the Savage Trezio sisters, we beat Shrouded Nursilla, we did regular Monoblos, and now here we are doing white Monoblos. Here we go. Should have run underneath them. You can almost go through. You can almost go through. Oh. Nice, 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 nice. It's crazy how much of stun he deals. Is that his primary thing, do you think? Woo! That's some damage. Want Hunting Horn versus Bracky? I don't think I have Brachydios unlocked yet, Ryan. I'm sorry. I still have to do some more quests in G2 to unlock him. I'll use a high rank appropriate Hunting Horn on either high rank Garuga or Bracky though. Hey Shiver, welcome. It broke there. Oof. That second hit is really brutal. That attack's really cool. High rank Hunting Horn versus High Garuga sounds like a good one. Okay, cool. And that will level one of our guild quests up a little bit. So that's something. I wonder if you can evade through that. I don't think you can. It chips a lot though. Oh, right, you can't do that. But you do have enough time to kind of heal and then dodge if you're quick enough. This is a neat monster. Yeah, this is a lot better than the other Monoblos we fought. Oh! I'm so conditioned by the way the other Blows fight. Or by the way, all Blows fight outside of this game. Give me Para. Haven't gotten Para yet. I'm sad. I want Para. I'm going to be terrified of the Diablos. I know the Diablos are going to be even meaner than this. And this fight feels like a really fun challenge. Alright, I would like a mount. There we go, okay. So it's the whoops. It's the wings that give mounting, huh? Okay, Ryan, I'll give that a try with my best hunting horn. I will pull out the Steve horn for that one. Good timing on that. Bye-bye. Definitely hop the sides of that. Woo! Woo! That is really, really freaky. I cannot wait to try an iframe through that. I want to iframe through it so bad. He fell down. He just charged straight off the ledge. Oh, he just walked straight back up the ledge too. Ooh. Right? Yeah, that is neat too, Ryan. I forgot this, excuse me. Tail cut. You're fine with either name? Okay, cool. I'll probably use both somewhat interchangeably. Ow, that comes out early. That's alright. Should have gone out to the side there. Not that that would have saved me, I don't think. Uh-oh. Mash out. We're good. Yeah, I don't know why I was trying to hop it. I guess just because I didn't have any other options at that point. I should try and counter them, honestly. Woo! That doesn't make any sense. You don't have a horn there anymore. Stop that. Anchor. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Come on, I was just angry. That's okay. So is a sharp stump. Yeah, but it doesn't reach that far. It's nice of him to be enraged while I'm doing this. Give us that nice challenge or two. A little off on the timing there. This is a great monster. Ooh, that comes out so early. You don't have a horn there anymore. Not fair. The double Superman. I really like this fight. Ooh, that comes out so early. Ooh. Too early on that too, for the evade there. I don't have any first aid meds either, Monka S. Dude, it's so much fun, like just disregarding counters altogether. I think he might be weak. That was awfully fast for him to leave. This is a really fun fight. I would love to do this with something like dual blades. Can you not? Makes up for his dumpy cousin, 100%. His paintball were off, so I'm actually not sure where we went. It dropped the Diablo's tail case? Did it really? It did. Is this supposed to do that? That doesn't make any sense. I think it probably went further into the Everwood. Oh, it's supposed to do that? That's weird. It's not a Diablo's. It's an error? Oh, okay. They just put it in wrong. Does that let you get any blow skier early? It was probably just supposed to be called Blow's tail case. Ah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, here he is. He's been waiting. He's like, what took you so long to get into this cave, dude? Okay. We're gonna fight over here, where there's not quicksand, you know? So that works when he's unenraged. Now when he's actually raged, we'll see how it works. Wait, god darn it, I knew it. I remembered right before I ran into it that was a thing. Oh, I'm pissed at myself about that. Now we got friggin' crabs on us. We're probably gonna die. Yeah. Nothing I could have done there. Well, except heal better, I guess. Right before I walked into that giant lingering hitbox, I was like, wait, no. That's okay. Hopefully they will have given us some first aid meds now. Because I'm going to need them. Do I get any first aid med relief? Nope. That might be an Expedition exclusive thing. In which case, we're in trouble. If we don't get any more supplies here at the camp, we're in rough shape in terms of healing. But I'm guessing this thing should be almost dead. We could probably try capturing it pretty soon. It's still in that last cave we just were fighting it in. Hasn't moved on from there. Parsec asked me to add 1,000,000 waste points. I gotta do that. I gotta put that in still. I can't carve this 3 times, can I? No, it's just chilling. Okay, I thought he was sleeping, but no, he's just walking around angstily. Whoops. That's not really what I meant to do there. Ooh, that was so slow, too. Okay, game. Okay. Whoops. That's like some real second gen stuff too. Is like, oh, you gotta turn a different direction to block the tail. That hitbox is really not that scary. You just have to get underneath his wings before he goes. Oh, the bounce. We just keep following in a circle. Is he just gonna keep going in a circle? That's goofy. Oh, tremors still. Oh, he left. I keep feeling like he's gonna like leave permanently, like this is an expedition or something. Oh, I have first aid med pluses. What a dummy. Never mind, we're fine on healing. I'm not scared anymore. Will Hub Shrouded be after Ryan's crazy Garuga? Sure. Sure, Marks. I'll probably rematch her with Lance. You know what? I don't even want to fight him down there. Get it. That's one way of coming to get it. Ah! That hitbox I feel like he goes a lot further than regular Monobus does with that move. Thanks, Monoblows. This whole matchup brings back really nice memories of Freemy Night. That's weird. That sounds like a Twitch glitch. Yeah, this whole matchup reminds me of second gen blows with Lance. Ouch. That comes out really, really early. Uh-oh. I mean, that part doesn't remind me of second gen blows, but the whole Lance hopping around and parrying him and stuff like that definitely feels like second gen blows to me, which is kind of fun. Like, this is making me really happy. Reminds me of a simpler time when there weren't any counters and you just figured out a moveset by learning when you had to sheath and run and when you had to hop out the way. It was Twitch glitching out on mobile. I'm sorry. What do you guys think? I think we do it for the glory. We can always cap him if we die. When did Lance get the counter guard? In third gen with Try. Yeah, there we go. That was a fun hunt. Yep, second gen was the last time you had to play Lance without counter. First gen didn't even have frickin' 3 hops. Had 1 hop at first. Like a gun Lance. He screamed himself to death. He really did. That was a really fun matchup without guard skills. I'm really glad I didn't jump the guard skills on there after tripling once. Is a Chine like the rare? Doesn't seem that rare. A large splendid carapace from a rare white monogloss. Undamaged cortices are rare. Thick, rare plating whose argent light draws special demand from female hunters. And a tail case heavy enough to bend a steel hammer unimaginably powerful. Cool. 4th gen made it so you can counter guard after the 3rd poke? That's 5th. That was in Try, and then they took it away, and they didn't bring it back in again until World. In every game between Try and Monster Hunter World, you can only counter after the first 2 pokes. God, that was fun. Los Medula, nice. Got 2 of those. Oh, we got the Stout Horn. Another Chine. That was so much fun. I really liked that. Monoblos hearts are the rare? Right. White Monoblos will now show up on G-Ring expeditions. Dude, I'm going to be so hyped to see any kind of Blos show up on one of my expeditions. Once you get the iframes down, it'll be even more fun. I'm sure there are going to be even more iframes there. Iframing through some of its fast charges is probably really fun. Let's talk to Miss Guildmarm. Thank you so much, Doodle. You should see the number of holes in my research you helped me fill. Caravanir? Caravanir? Where is he? I need his bird to send my noteworthier than ever before notebook to the academy. If I get in, I think I'll start doing backflips. My glasses will probably fall off my face. Thank you, Doodle. I'll make sure you're first to know if I get an answer. Okay, here come the quests. So we have one more Sergio's quest to do in Village. I'm going to use the bathroom. When I come back, I'm going to do the G event Garuga using the Sergio's horn. Or try the G event Garuga using the Sergio's horn. Probably be something. Enjoy the hog and a frog. I'll be right back. Hello, Atrocitus. Welcome. Drink water. It's good for you. All right. Let us try. The G event Garuga. Actually, hang on. I have to change this color. This set is currently colored to Najarala, and it doesn't look right with the horn. Obviously, it's a problem. So we can just black it out, I think. This should be interesting. In your opinion, this Garuga is the most purely ridiculous monster in the game? Great. I'm not used to seeing the G2 permit there yet. Metroid Special Mission. Oh, it's a frenzied one. Doing this without 2 Y stones seems really messed up. Well, am I missing anything? Bombs. Missing bombs. Free beans ahead? Maybe so, yeah. But happy birthday, Ryan. Oops. I don't know why I sat down back down to the table. I get scatterbrained with the menus fairly often. Visits in the arena, that's fun. I'm not going for bombs on Garuga. Is it my birthday today? It's not my birthday today. Oh, this is the different horn. Whoops. Orange, blue, purple, blue. There we go. Doesn't start off frenzied. Whoops. Yes, it is Vio. We're just trying it for somebody's birthday. I'm not really planning on doing this quest. This roar seems slow. I guess he kind of does look like Ridley, doesn't he? Missed. Right, that attack. That attack always gives me some trouble. That's a lot of damage. That hitbox makes me so mauled every single time. Whoops. Oh! Right, you can do that. I figured he was a little bit large, yeah. Not safe to stay there. Did my movement buff just wear out right after I encored it? I believe it did. No, my movement buff is out. I'm just tripping. It's not even frenzied yet. I don't care, Mirths. I don't really have a preference. I think it's weird that everyone looks like one-eyed in this game. But it doesn't really bother me. Nice FPS failure, that's sick. Ooh, that 180. Alright. Alright, Garuga. I hate that. I think this just ran out. It did. Here we go. Gotta learn a new war timing. I don't know how to capitalize on that move with Hunting Horn at all. Like, he only feels so slow. Missed it. Missed it. Missed it. So much damage. Oof. And now I don't have White Stone on right now. So we're gonna take more damage. Gotta be ready for that. He just chews through health, dude. Why do I always go a full cycle around from the thing I actually need? Too early. He slowed that roar down. Lovely. Isn't that just great? I mean, like, Tigrex has multiple roar timings, but it's, like, based on rage state. It's not based on, oh, this random frenzy modifier just decided this move's going to be a lot slower this time than usual. It's not great. Hey, we beat the Frenzy Virus. I mean, I've fought a lot of Frenzy monsters, but it still just makes me upset. I don't like that. Too early. I rolled way too early. Yeah. still might get us hit. Yeah, I don't know how we got out of that one. It's so fast. Alright, don't do that. Don't do what I did. Alright, no more smoke bombs. My crutch can no longer exist. Whitestone, thank you. I missed that one came back up. Yeah, this isn't safe to go after either. Tailspin, even those two moves, it's not safe. What is it doing? That still wasn't safe. That hitbox makes me more upset than almost anything else. Its beak isn't that large. Your face isn't that large, you dumb bird. I don't even remember what that attack is, Marks. Oh, right, the advancing beat slams. Okay. Oh, I was gonna far cast out anyways. I was going the wrong way around him. You have to run. You have to walk to his left, or else you're gonna get wrecked by that attack. That's okay. That was pretty good for a first cart. We're certainly having no trouble keeping the Seregios buff up for the hunting horn. Not the buff, but like the sharpness buff. Certainly having no problems with that. We have 4 Farcasters too. We should really abuse those before we die. Should really abuse those before we die. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. Tired, huh? Ouch. I gotta remember to roll to the left. Y stone, thanks. I'll get it in a minute if I can. You know what? See ya. Screw you. We got 4 of those. I'm abusing them. Skiffy, the person right above you in chat just said the same thing. I saw it. I said it. I said that I saw it. Oh, I used my Y-Stone, or I used my Farcaster, and I didn't use the easy Farcaster. You were cooking? Okay, I got you. Easy max heal. Yeah, we're gonna abuse it. When this thing's as fast as it is, we're gonna abuse it. Whoop, that was supposed to be a back slam. Whatever. Ayy. It's still just as fast. Welcome back, Zelda. Small emergency with your sister's spouse? Sorry to hear it. I hope everything's okay. Easily solved? Okay. Yeah, I remember Aang was doing that recently. Gave you lots of food to compensate. Nice. Food's good. This debuff is worrying more than the health. Oh, okay. Well, that's nice of you. That's good to help people out like that. Avoid ledges? I don't care about the ledges. I just want this thing to do a move that's not peck or double butt or double pound. Whatever. Cool. I'm slow this time. Very nice. All good. Oh, come on, game. Dude, you guys see that sick iframe? He iframed it while he was stunned. It's crazy. It stunned me right in front of him and he fired a fireball, but it narrowly missed me, so it kind of looked like an iframe north, so it wasn't anything that special. You guys see that sick iframe? No, I don't need that voice as a redeem. I don't need the, like, obnoxious gamer voice as a redeem. You can clip it, but I don't have to redeem it for y'all. You can redeem it on your own and you feel good. Alright. Oh, he already refrenzied. That's so lame. That was like 2 minutes. I guess when he's left on his own, he doesn't have much to think about except frenzy thoughts. Re-apexes even faster. Lovely. Great mechanic. But that didn't come from mount that time? What the heck? Again, got that same wind pressure. There we go. If you guys clip... Look at that sick iframe, maybe I'll think about it. That's cool, Garuga. Love when the monster's head's just under the ground. It's cool. I could have used better moves to attack it there. What am I going for? Why am I going for that? I gotta be careful. We're dead. That's it. I tried really hard. Man, I was bummed. I feel like that was close. I have no idea if that was close, but needed to abuse those far casters more. That's what I was gonna go for there if we hadn't gotten poisoned. Well, he's not limping, but still, that was nice for a first attempt. Yeah, too bad, Ryan. It felt good learning to punish the double slam. There's an easier G event one? Nah. So much Hunting Horn play today? Yeah. Well, next up, we're going to be rematching Shrouded Nursilla with Lance. Hyper Ray. Hey. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, happy birthday to Ryan. I hope you enjoy watching that. Thanks for the challenge idea. Welcome, Hyper Ray and Raiders. Thank you so much. How was your stream tonight, Hyper Ray? What were you up to? Was more fun to watch than a victory against an easier monster would be? Yeah, I get that. Crazy Garuga is fun. I felt like I did okay for my first attempt at it. First time doing the streamer thing? Dude, that's like 3 folks from chat today who are trying out streaming for the first time. That's awesome. What'd you stream? How did it go? Yeah, first stream pog indeed. Thanks. I mean, a Garuga is a Garuga is a Garuga. I feel like it's not like it's easy, but it's not like it changed. It wasn't like it was exponentially more difficult than like, or not exponentially more difficult. It just wasn't that different from regular Garuga. It was just like screwed. We're doing a Striker No Arts run on GU. Got to 4-star village and killed the Glavenus early in 3-star. That sounds awesome. Congrats on killing the Glavenus early. I've never done that. Well, thank you, Hyper. I appreciate it a lot. Everybody give Hyper a follow if you'd like to watch a Striker No Arts run. I'm down with that, so I'm going to give a follow. Yeah, we had Schmegloskimo streaming for the first time today. I believe we had Solo the First Hero for the first time today. And then we had Hyper Ray. Sick. Okay. Okay, where's this quest take place? Dunes at night. I need some hot drinks. We already did Shroud Nursilla once today in Village, but we killed it in 8 minutes, so. Fighting Rathian and Rathalos with light bowgun. Are they weak to water bullets? They can be a little bit, but it's not like a huge weakness. They're probably going to be weaker if you just shoot their feet and their heads with regular bullets, like normal 2. Rathalos is a little weak to water. Some kinds of Rathian are a little weak to water, but not really. Not a lot. Rathian is more weak to thunder. I think in general, the Wraths, unless you're fighting them with Dragon, they generally are a little more weak to regular damage, like just normal 2 or Pout or Pierce. I like normal 2 on the head and on the legs because you get trips and you get to break their head. And it's pretty easy to hit their head because they stick it out. So we're going to see how well this hub Nursilla does compared to the village Nursilla. It looks larger, for one. Hello, Nursilla. Should have delayed that evade a bit. I should go for mounts so I can break the back. Aw, she got me. Didn't count. I mean, she does do a lot more damage than regular G-Rank Nursilla. Well, actually, you know what? G-Rank regular Nursilla was also giving us a pretty rough time. Oh. It's cool that she digs. I think that's pretty neat. Yeah, you can feel the ice weakness on her back there, or on her stomach, as opposed to the rest of her. Aw, I was being lazy and I screwed up my mount. That's lame. I shouldn't have done that. Being lazy on mounts is really silly. Ooh, the underside of her stinger there is really cool and yellowy and golden. Is there no Chronico for that game? Nope, but you can look up information on GameFAQs. Both Freeman Knight and Portable Third have large guides on GameFAQs for damage, for weapon trees, for monster weaknesses, all kinds of stuff like that. Hunsterverse is also pretty good for weapon trees. I like GameFAQs, but that's just me. The Japanese wiki is not super accessible for people who are like newer to looking at Monster Hunter information though. That's what I should do, is I should use that frickin' swing if she does that again. Ooh, I almost got screwed over by the ledge. freaking quicksand. I really don't like that. We all do, Zelda. We all wish there was an all-in-one wiki for all the games. It's in a bad spot right. Well, not a bad spot. It's in an unideal spot right now. I think it's interesting that Shrouded Nursella doesn't seem to have the same walking forward poison bite that regular Nursella does. Alright, see ya, FPS failure. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you rest well. And happy hunt. I don't know, guys. I don't know if it'll be 8 minutes, but seems like Ice Lance with this much raw kind of just wrecks her. Oops. No, the parry comes from that attack. I think we're going to die. Nope, never mind. We're good. It's just a really good matchup. It is. You can stay right underneath her. You wrecked my tower. Should have just done another poke, I think. So cool. Is she leaving? Yeah. Look at her go! That's freaking cool. Poor strategy should have been G1. It really should have. I mean, the other Nursella is. This thing seems not much more challenging than regular Nursella. Wish you could have fought her with heavy bowgun like you did. Did you have a hard time? I had to do my first G-rank Ursula with light bowgun. It was tough. The jank high rank bowgun set. Her weapons would be way too powerful for G1. That's true. So I can feel the ice weakness on her stomach because of the increased hit stop fog. And that's like, it's harder to tell probably just by watching. It's a slightly bassier sound and there's a little bit more of a delay when I poke her there as opposed to elsewhere on her body. But I can really feel it because it actually influences the timing of my inputs a little bit. I mean, it also could just be a larger hit zone, but I kind of think some of the ice has to do with it too. So I couldn't counter there because of the triple poke thing. Element effects hit stop. Hit stop is just damage. The more damage you're doing, the more hit stop you'll have. And element counts towards damage. Yep, you learn something new in Monster Hunter every day. Today I learned how to punish Garuga's double peck, or double big slam with Hunting Horn. Is there a shiny? I couldn't see it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Hey, Dwarven. Good to see you. R.I.P., dude. Bean broke. Bean machine broke. I wish I could type. Jeez.
Ah, the French champagne has always been celebrated with excellence.
Oh, why is the buttocks? Damn. I'm playing on original hardware, Dwarven Man. This is on a Capture 3DS. This is not cool. This is really not cool. We're out of here, Nursilla. We're not doing this. Both of you just leave. I don't care who. Oh, we're gonna die. This friggin' thing. Where'd she go? My paintball just wore off for her. I think she went this way. I sure hope he doesn't follow us. He has been known to come down here sometimes. If he does, I'm gonna be pissed. Okay, she... Whoops. Yeah, she came here. Haha, she's too tired to web us. Where'd she... She dig? Oh, she dug. Well, she was never gonna hit us then. Have you played with viewers at all this playthrough? Yeah, we do multiplayer nights every once in a while. Like every month or so, we do a multiplayer night with custom quests. Custom quests made in the style of event quests, just designed for 4-player difficulty. Most of the in-game like hub quests are designed for like 2 or 3-player difficulty, so 4 people just destroy them. Mart's tip in the chat does a really, really good job designing custom quests, so we do those. Not designed to like mess up your build card or give you a bunch of free materials or anything. Haven't done any multiplayer hunts since we started G rank. Remobra, you suck. Oops. Ooh, she's moving. God darn it. God, this is so messed up. Somebody leave. Who did I get? I got Xanthraeus. Whatever. That's frustrating. I don't like multi-monster shenanigans. Yeah, I think the custom quest editor that Marks is using is exclusive to Windows. Maybe macOS, I don't know, but... Probably wouldn't work on an iPad. You might be able to get something working on an Android device. I don't know if there's a custom quest editor for Android. That would kind of surprise me. How's the hunts? The hunts are good, lass. We almost finished the crazy event Garuga with Hunting Horn, but we tripled. If it's Android, I guess I don't know for sure if there's not a custom quest editor, but I've never heard of a custom quest editor for Android. That's lame. Parried the remote, bro. I guess her para stuff is pretty overwhelming because she can do this a bunch of times over and then dig. That comes out really fast too. Ooh, and wear down your health pretty quick too. She's going. She seems to burrow a lot more in this area than the other ones we were fighting her in. There it is. Not 8 minutes this time, that's for sure. Is Windows emulation even a thing on Android? I don't think you can emulate a PC on a Wii either. Like, you definitely can't emulate a PC on a Wii. You might be able to emulate Windows on an Android tablet, maybe. Apparently it is. Alright, well, there you go. That's cool. There we go. And Tiger Stripe's back. Tiger Stripe was the more obnoxious part of this quest. She's a good fight. Her hub HP is more appropriate than her village HP. She still staggers a ton though. There's some jank PC engines, but PC Engine isn't PC. We're talking about Windows. Microsoft Windows. Alright, what's next? Probably do that last village to Regios. It's 2 weak shrouded and a strong one? That's interesting. I don't really feel like doing that right now. We fought enough shrouded for now. I want to try dual blades on Regios. Alright, good night, Fog. Thanks for being here.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me, I was just reminiscing. Perhaps you might oblige an old man as he dusts off an old story, yes? Thank you. The story is about a Dragonator as it happens. Since antiquity, these lands have been infested by all manner of fierce monsters, even elder dragons. To prepare her for this harsh environment, Dundorma's designers wove 2 defensive measures into her construction. One was the battle quarters, which were created as a last defense for the town. The other was the world's first Dragonator, which was considered the pinnacle of that era's technology. The town was but a newborn babe, and the Dragonator her sole defender, but defend her did, time and again. Naturally, today's Dragonators are far superior in terms of power. However, to the people of Dundorma, none can hold a candle to that first one, with which we carved our place in history. It was Dundorma's heart, the courage that steeled her against every trial and tribulation. But the first Dragonator vanished one day during the time of our forefathers. One moment it was in the weapon cache, and the next, gone. How they searched, but they never figured out where it went or why. It haunted my predecessor to the very end. What manner of monster could steal our very heart? Harumph. Excuse me. I did not intend to sink so far into sentiment. Must be old age. I thank you for listening to my tale, and encourage you to focus on the future, not dwell on the past as I do. Good luck, young one. May your every hunt end in success.
I hurt my voice. Ooh. Newsflash, new quest just in. Think you're real enough to slay a shrouded Nursilla? Make me a believer, Hunter. Should you use that voice when doing climbing lessons? I wouldn't be able to project my voice as well as I needed to. Alright. These are some high-rank dual blades. So we'll see how they play with G-rank village Seregios. Yeah, I don't have any good Thunder dual blades yet into G rank. So we'll see how these do. 1,000 shimmering swords.
Aha, there you are, the mighty kindred hunter. I did a little fishing around whilst I was waiting for you. Looks like the second page of blueprints is just beyond here. You draw the Seregios away whilst I grab those plans all secret-like. Har. Ready? Then let's go. Can't wait to put these blueprint blues behind me.
It's fun reading the dialogue. The localization in these is really quite good. Oh, this is G2. We could get some cool ores and stuff. I guess this is 2 blue ores in G2. I don't know if these, even if these maps are in G2, I don't know if they're going to give me enduring charms. They might not. I don't think they're going to, but I'll still gather them real fast. Alright, we can now do the charm farm. Once we clear that Rathalos quest, we'll probably start farming charms from that quest where you go in with an insect glaive on your gathering set, you mount him a few times, then you piece. I wonder what our next insect wave is going to be. Right now we have the purple Hermitar one. I think that needs Black Diablo Spits to upgrade. A lot of things look like they take Black Diablo Spits to upgrade, which is a little worrisome. Alright, G rank Steve. Nice. Really cool. Really cool. Love it. Thanks, Cephalos. The chip damage isn't a problem when you can evade out of the way, but if you can't evade because you're paralyzed, it's pretty rough. Would not recommend. Hey, Koi Chocobo. Good to see ya. Why do you have a sword under your bed? I saw you say that earlier, and I couldn't tell what you were talking about. Is it like a sharp sword? Or is it a toy sword? Like, what is it? You don't know? That's weird. Yeah, it's quite weird, Leslie. Yes. When you have the meter flashing, all of your moves are boosted in damage, Koi Chocobo, by the same amount of damage that red gauge gives you in the later games. So it's a really worthwhile thing to try and keep it flashing. Like, once you fill it up, it will stay flashing for like a minute and a half or so. I don't know the exact timing. Yep. Aw, I missed the evade. That makes me sad. I shouldn't have been trying to go for that evade with that little health, probably. Slaying indeed. Still not quite sure how to fight this monster. It takes a minute. The toughest part, I think, and the part that makes the biggest difference is when you get hit by the scale. You know how it hits you like 1, 2, 3. If you press evade right after it hits you the first time, you'll roll and you'll get out of the way of the second two. That is the biggest deal, because that means you're not going to be taking all that chip damage and you're not going to be getting that bleed status on you. Just getting used to that timing of like, oh, I got hit by one of those moves, let me roll real fast with the right timing to get out of the way. It's not as like bad timing as like trying to dodge a roar or something like that. It's just once you feel it hits you for the first time, then just go ahead and roll. And you should get out of the way of the other couple explosions. That will scale. I think that makes the largest difference. Aside that, just hit this thing's legs over and over and over. If you do those two things, you will be just fine. But that timing takes a minute to get used to, Bougie. Aside that, I think that's probably the biggest thing. Where are we going, Sergios? I don't know what that is, Marks. Either I don't know what Easy Anti-Cheat service, and I don't know what Rising Storm is. Easy Anti-Cheat is probably just something it has built in with to keep people from cheating. So it's probably built into the game. Oh, wrong button. That's true, Marks. That's just up to you. I mean, I would look up to see if there's any big scandals about it stealing data from users. If there's not, it's probably okay. I really wish you could roll his roar. These crits are freaking insane, dude. That dunk was fun. I just learned about dodging into the wall like that with Dual Blade's little dash. Definitely gonna be using it more often. Ouch. Aw, you got me. I like this fight a lot more in G rank. The damage is really good. In high rank, the damage wasn't there. In G rank, this feels like a slugfest, where like you're really going back and forth. Like you give the monster some hits, you kind of knock them around a little bit, and then they're knocking you around right back. Just unlocked G rank and GU. Let's go. Nice, Daniel. Congrats. Have you played a G-Rank game before? Or is that going to be your first one? Of course, Regios. I don't think that was a limp. He feels very Wyvern-like? He definitely does. Definitely need to upgrade this Dual Blade. Yeah, I know. It's a high rank one. I can't upgrade it yet. For a high rank set of Dual Blades, it's doing pretty freaking good. With a G rank set of Dual Blades, we would be shredding this Regios up. First one. I hope you have fun, Daniel. Take things slowly and enjoy. Regios is 4U's flagship, yes. Gore Magala was the flagship of Monster Hunter 4. Regios is the flagship of Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Yeah, these are doing pretty well for some high-ranked duels. Can afford to be a little gutsy. Yo, Biodrone! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, folks. I'm afraid I don't have any horn right now, but I was doing some horn earlier. Fight Zen next. We do have access to G-Rings and Ogre. Welcome, Biodrone. Thanks for the raid. We were just trying the crazy event Garuga with Hunting Horn, and earlier we did a double Steve with Hunting Horn too. It was a good time. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you streaming tonight, Biodrone? Oh, you got me. Shoot. You double got me. But you can dunk him, which is funny. For you fun times? Absolutely, Amadeus. Playing with Deus and the memers. Deus, I liked your... I've been enjoying getting to watch your For You videos on your playthrough through For You. I'm watching a little bit behind because I'm just going through some of the stuff that you're getting to in G2. We just started G2 tonight. But I've been enjoying watching them. Yeah, agreed. They're nice edits. But yeah, speaking of Deus and Biodrome, we've done more Hunting Horn tonight than I think in the last little bit. Did double Steve with Horn, and then we did the crazy Metroid event Garuga with Horn. Oh, no stamina. Feels bad, man. Oof. Ooh, I missed the timing on that one. Thankfully he does that twice. This is Village G-Rank Steve that we're doing with some high-rank dual blades because I didn't have any other Thunder ones. You missed. Feels weird we're using a weapon that has so much blue sharpness to it instead of white now that we're in G rank. I would like that tail, please. Oh, well, there you go. Guess let's go for the arms now if we can. No stamina. We're okay. Go for that arm break. So quite stubborn and duels won't bounce. That's probably a limp. Yeah. Nice. Sandra's tail, but I like iframing it. It's fun to iframe. That dunk was really fun earlier. Yeah, it's very different. It took me a long time to get used to this guy. We made all of his weapons in high rank, which were probably too strong for the game, honestly. But it meant I had to practice him a whole lot. I guess it'll be better, but it was really fun. It was nice getting used to how he moves around. Please bring portable earbuds back, that'd be nice. Alright, I think we've done all of the G-Rank village quests for now. Hey, a lens! Nice. I don't need a map. Dual blades are shredding? These are high-rank dual blades. This was a village Regio, so it actually took longer than I expected. The village G rank stuff that we were doing tonight was not too tough. I guess white monoblos was kind of scary, but regular monoblos was not too bad. Please fight Zen to upgrade it. Fighting Zenogre would be a pretty fun way to end the night. It's not in order. I like going in order through the quests, but maybe just for you, Lassity. Alright, good night, Commander Henkel. Lassity, what would you like me to use for that Zenogre? Which one do you like more? I don't know. Whichever. I like both of them. On a brand new, I think I'd probably feel better about Sword and Shield. Okay, then I'm gonna do Sword and Shield.
You did it, Kindred Hunter. I knew you would. Thanks to you, I managed to snag this second missing blueprint page. I was fretting I'd have to ask the ace cadet to help, and we'd wind up charging in like fools trying to get it back ourselves. The lady gunner's tracking down the third page as we speak. Might take a while longer, so hang tight. You'll be the first to know once we get a lead. I sure am lucky to find myself surrounded by so many able individuals, har.
I'm not good with Charge Blade in a lot of fights. I do not feel confident learning new fights with Charge Blade for sure. Like doing a monster for the first time with one. Alright, first G's and Ogre. Probably be the last hunt for tonight, if I finish it. That's a lot of weapons. Gotta play all 14. I play all of them and I let chat pick what I'm gonna use. So we spent a lot of time in G1 in the last couple weeks making G1 weapons to use in G2. Made a list. I didn't make all of these yet. I still have a couple more I wanted to do. Darn Teostra will not give me the gem I need for the Lanastra Gunlance. I really want it. Yeah, it means that if somebody picks light bowgun or if somebody picks like switch axe or lance or gun lance, I'll have something to use, which is nice. I'm excited to see what that box looks like at the end of the game. How to zap your Zenogre. We eat already? Yeah. All right. Zenogre time. He's really weird in high rank in this game, so I'm curious to see how G rank is like. I don't particularly like him in high rank at this game. Like, I mean, I like his fight still, but I don't like him as much as other incarnations of Zenogre. But why the buttocks? Damn. You're about to see a weird difference? Okay. Like he's here in the primal forest. There he is. Yeah, Portable Third is really fun, Zenogre. Hi, buddy. Alright. He's big for one. Oh man, I haven't fought a Zenogre in a long time, actually. Too early there. I feel like I haven't used Sword and Shield in like days. Yeah, I think it'll be a bit last. I think I need to unlock some new stuff with the Wycoon to upgrade them. That's okay. Being able to see the Zenogre stuff will also be kind of exciting. Oh, he's not all the way done. I thought he was going to charge. Ooh, okay. That was interesting. That seems to happen when he's partially charged up. Alright, is this going to be the final charge? Nope. I don't even think I need to do that. You know what? You can have that. I think this is going to be, yeah, the last one. We wouldn't have been able to get much of a combo in there anyways. Alright, let's see what he's like. Okay. Okay. It's so weird how this game wants him to do that instead of his triple slam. The sound of the sword and shield's cool. I like it too. I just screwed up this mount. We're not gonna get this mount, I don't think. Oh, wow. I'm really surprised. We should go for the back. Let's be careful how he gets up. Stays down for a minute. Okay, he didn't do a spin. Did you shoot out some thunderballs when you did that? I think you did. I tried. Come on, dude. Okay, so he shoots out. He seems like he shoots out some extra thunderballs, even when he's not in close range too, which is cool. I think on the spin and on that slam there, and on the tail whip. Oh, okay, that's neat. I dig that. This is the first G-rank Zenogre I've ever fought. We're doing a jump. Nope. Okay, but he's just shooting some balls there. You seen the charged paw slams? Yeah, they're weird. I don't like that this game does that. I miss the regular paw slams. They're much different. Like I'm sure the charged ones deal more damage when they hit you, but the regular triple ones feel so much more difficult to avoid. No supercharge for you. Did you notice how it was different than high rank? Yeah, totally. It's much larger. I mean, it's a much larger charge. It's like an even taller slam. And it takes a little longer than even... Well, I don't know if it takes longer than the high rank one. It might be even a little faster than the high rank one. It's weird. I don't particularly like it. I don't like when they mess with Zenogre's triple slams. The triple slams are like... You can iframe them and you can get used to dealing with them, but I feel like they're always a challenge because they're always quite fast, especially when he's enraged. But this is my first time with them. Maybe I'll come to like them. So far, I'm having fun. Zenogre's a good time. Ooh, okay. He can have a triple paw slam? Okay, that's good. Waiting. He charged up a lot faster. He didn't do the normal, like, I'm gonna wait with my head down kind of charge. He ain't messing around. Ooh. So he can mix them up. Nope, I rolled too early. You gotta roll right before he goes. Okay. He can mix them up and count them. Okay, that's neat then. I dig that. I'd only seen one variation on it. Sometimes he does 3 or 2. I see. I see. Yeah, so far he hasn't done the triple, he's only done the double. I just think it's interesting he can mix them up. I think that's pretty cool. You have to be ready to roll fast and delay your roll too. That's tricky. I dig that. I didn't realize. I thought it just straight up replaced them like it did in high rank. Because in high rank, he doesn't do the triple ever. He just does the double charged, and I think it's lame. So I like this better. This is cool. My opinion on that changed rather quickly. Alright, buddy. Give me another chance. Is he gonna leave? I think he is, yeah. Bye. He went to the middle area. It's probably best going this way and then dropping down rather than climbing up. I don't like the high rank one. I think the high rank one's lame and easy. Well, I don't even know if it's easy. It just feels lame. It's not as fun to fight against. This feels cool so far. High rank portable thirds and ogre is so much fun. He's wild in that game. Cool monster he is. Stygian's the wild one in this game. I'm not ready for Stygian. I remember him in high rank being pretty scary. Okay, so that move, that slam, also does the extra thunderballs. What are we doing? Weirdo. Yeah, I haven't experienced the tracking balls yet in any of the games because I haven't played through 3 Ultimate to the point where you get to fight Stygian, and I haven't played in this game far enough to get to the tracking balls. Only done high rank. God, this fight's so good. Greedy. I don't think I've cut a Zinogre's tail off in like many, many months. Ooh, I thought he was going to charge for a second there. Trying to back up. I should have thought about that. You can stay down in this game. Interesting. Really gotta delay that. Yeah, this fight is loads of fun. Do you like this one so far? Yeah, absolutely. I might say there are some bits about portable thirds in Ogre that's maybe a little bit even trickier than this so far. It's interesting knowing that this is not the hardest version of Zinogre, though. You've got Guild Quests and then Apex. Missed it. I got it earlier. Ouch. Oh, cool. Oh, not cool. Woo! Not cool at all. Oh, we're just gone. He smushed us right into the ground. He smushed us right into the ground there. We were just disappeared. I hope we finish this quest. Like, there's parts of Portable Thirds and Ogres that's moveset that's even more aggressive than this one's right now. Maybe that's me talking with like rose-tinted glasses, but I don't know. He feels really wild in that game in terms of how much he can be all over you all the time when he's like all the way charged up. It's fun fighting him on this map too. I like him better here than Heaven's Mount. This feels like a nice Zinogre area. Yeah, this one seems to run far away from you quite often, whereas Portable Thirds Zinogre is like all about just being all over you all the time. Yeah, I think that's a good way of describing it, Lasany. That's what I was feeling. That's what I mean by him being a little more aggressive on top of you. Scary sounding roar from far away. Missed it again. It's a little bit delayed. Okay. Ooh, there's the triple. Okay. That seems pretty lethal. For sure. Like if you get hit by, like if you're already at half health, or if you get hit by one of them and then he follows up with a second or a third, I can see how you'd get really screwed. Oh boy. Here we go. First one, Nox. First G ranks in Ogre. First ever G ranks in Ogre. I have fought the Master ranks in Ogre. Oh! I'm not used to the timing yet. Hi Rosie, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. You selling me a shrimp fried this rice? Is that a Rise joke? I think that's a Monster Hunter Rise joke. Sim fried rice, lol. Oh, look at that! Dude! That's so cool. I wanna die. I thought he was gonna. Oh, well, I didn't mean to do that, but you know what? I'm gonna take it. I was really scared he was about to follow up with a third one to the charge one and just end my Zol. Yeah, we take those. Was there a shiny drop? If it is one, I don't see it. Just discovered a massive 50-second time save in 1-star. Massive amount, makes you very happy. Congrats to you. Thank you for sharing. I won't ask what it is, but thank you so much for sharing. That's awesome. Saved by the zone. He didn't do a third one. We would have maybe survived. I'm not confident, though. He's just always angry. Dodge the pause to the side? Yeah, not outwards. I gotcha. It does seem like he lunges a lot more forward than he does. Oop, a lot more forward than he does to the left or the right. These, I'll have to get used to how many new moves have projectiles attached to them. I like that. Oops. Challenger of the game. I don't mind it. Great. Whoa, stutter. I think something just spawned. Nice, thanks, Slag Top. Stuck. Yep, we did try the event Young Garuga with Hunting Horn earlier. Is that a limp? That's a limp. Nice. We just got to hold it down. I could cap him, I guess. Or actually, I have a shock trap. That's not going to work. Is that the Frenzied Young Garuga? Yeah. It was a really mean event. We made it pretty far. I think we lasted like 30 minutes somewhere around. Yeah. I think we lasted around like 25, 30 minutes with Horn and then we tripled. But that was my first try against any G Garuga. Yep, there we go. Frenzied Crab spawned. That's scary. I'm good without a Frenzied Crab in my life. Goodbye. Is he here or is he sleeping? I think he's sleeping up top. I'm not even going to bomb him. I want to finish it with a fight. If we fail, we fail. But boom, I want to fight. He's not here. I don't know where he sleeps. Maybe 7. I want to stay still until it's done tracking you before attacking. Interesting. Huh. Like you want to stay still until he starts doing an action and then move? Sleeps in 9? Oh, thank you. I would have never found him there. He would have slept and rested up. Can then move out of the way? Yeah. That makes sense. I felt good because I kind of figured out how to punish his double beak slam, which usually I would have a hard time following up on. I was able to fit in the circle swing. I don't even know what you'd call it. I guess one of the hunting horn swings. Well, I wasn't gonna bomb him anyways last. I was still gonna fight him. He's gotta stay angry. Can't be angry in his sleep. Well, you can kind of be angry in his sleep in this game, but. That was terrifying. Oh, the last one got me. Nice little mix-up. That's cool. Hello, Megalander. I'm definitely very scared to be anywhere near the front of him. There's always a little bit of me that wants to be playing portable third Rosie. Those are some fast slams. That's good. That's good to see. Oops. Dang. That's a lot of damage from that attack. That was maybe ill-advised. Oh yeah, this is all ill-advised. Oh, we're so dead. We so failed. That's okay. We'll try him again tomorrow. And he goes to sleep. Perfectly in the background, having squashed us into a pulp. That's okay. That's a fun fight. Was just playing 3U earlier today. How'd it go? I got a little frantic for those heals. I could have been more patient. Did that live up to expectations? I don't know if I had lots of expectations for a G rank as an ogre, just that it would be G rank, or be as an ogre that could hit you really hard and move fast. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. That's a fun fight. I'm looking forward to doing that with lots of different kinds of weapons. This game's good. Standouts from tonight are probably White Monoblos, and I guess probably that. What else did we do tonight? We did Shrouded Nursilla. Was that a triple? Yeah, we tripled with him in the last area. It was a bummer. I got frantic with some heals and they like cornered up against the wall and just destroyed. As you do against an ogre sometimes. Let's see. We did Shrouded Drusilla, we did Monoblos and White Monoblos, we did lots of Seregios. Did you look at Shrouded's armor? I did, yeah, it looks neat. Like a dark Gundam kind of look. Do we unlock anything else? Ooh, we have Mono Devil stuff. Oh man, if only it looked nicer. I don't like how these look. Free element, expert, potential, psychic. Handicraft, expert, potential, constitution. Interesting. What do the arms look like? Arms are okay. Wonder if we unlocked any new weapons to make. Doesn't look like we unlocked anything new here. Ooh. We unlocked the Diablo's Charge Blade because we got a Diablo's Tail Case from the Monoblos. I'm not gonna be able to make that for a minute. It also doesn't look that good yet. Although I guess that raw is kind of insane. Never mind, I was looking at other weapon classes. 1044 raw is pretty nuts. Try the Wrath Charm farm before bed. I think I want to wait until I've beat the Wrath to do that. What the heck. We'll try it. Do you eat for Explorer still? Yeah? Okay. Yep, Funky's here. We don't have any new quests from him yet. We just finished some quests for him. Gather nodes before engaging Los. Gotta go fast. Okay. Do you gather on the whole map, or do you just gather certain nodes, usually? I had a particular charm run I was doing through Heaven's Mount in high rank. So I kind of have an idea where the good nodes were in that rank. Just the secret area? That's all you mine? I guess that keeps it quick. You only really gather up here? Seriously? I feel like you can find so many better charms if you go around to all the other spots. Cosmosite ore, that's new. Never seen that thing. Is Los here? No. Cool. I think I'm gonna try gathering around the map and seeing how many charms I can get that way. I think there are a lot of gold ores around the Heaven's Mount that you can get, quite a few. I don't think I need to mine the gray ones. In high rank, there was never anything good in here. That's a gray one. There's a gold. This gold will disappear if you don't get to it in time. Okay, so it seems like the rocks are pretty much in the same place as high rank. Okay, cool. I usually nabbed from here just because. Even though there's not a gold one in here. There is gold there? There's gold in here? Maybe sometimes. In the air. Oh yeah, I know about this one, don't worry. This one's always there. This one never disappears either, so this is like the old faithful. Is there a mining spot up there? I don't think so. Alright. There we go. Hey, Rathalos. Didn't break it though. This is the problem I was running into with the last time I tried doing a subquest in G rank. I didn't break it in one mount. It's always 2 mounts? Oh, okay. That's fine then. I was just worried it was like depending on armor skills or something. I was like, oh no, I have to build like a part attack, part gathering set. Nice. That's a nice charm run. Streaming right now, but wanted to do a drive by pit give. Right now, back to grinding. What? Well, have a good time grinding. If you're streaming for Unite, I wish you luck on your hunts. Cheers, Flames. That's very kind. Wow, we got a or a Cortex, actually. Oh. Oh. Okay. Pellet up. Survivor. I don't know what that does. Blight Res. Worn Hammer. Gaius. Alright. Hello, Aristax. Welcome. And hi, Shoxton. Survivors for Fortify? Ah, I haven't gotten that charm yet. Cool. Alright, well, that's the G-Rank charm run. We just unlocked that quest last night, so now we can do legit G-Rank charm runs in Heaven's Mount. That's nice. I've been too tempted to go really late into the night recently with streaming, so I think I'm probably going to be ending the stream pretty much now. The reason people don't go around collecting is because Secret Area has the highest chance for Endurings. Okay, that's fair. I like getting all the chances if I can. I don't mind the extra time. It gets you a lot more other materials to sell as well. Alright, well, I think let's go ahead and listen to a Diva song and we'll end the stream. I'm feeling a little tired. Did not sleep well last night. But G2 has been really fun tonight. I really liked White Monoblos. Doing White Monoblos with Lance without any guard skills was a really good time. I think that was good fun. Would do that again. You can now make an expo set once you forge the Survivor Jewels? I guess so. That's true. Thanks for streams. You're welcome, Laco. So today we fought a Tiger Stripe and didn't get any tails, even though that's what we needed. You can also complete specific quests to unlock more songs. I want to unlock more. I only have 5 right now. I I want more than this. I love the songs. Yeah, fought some new monsters in G-Rank. I'm excited to take on... We'll try Zenogre again tomorrow night. We'll rematch him tomorrow evening. I guess if it's anyone's first time by the stream and you liked it, I'm going to be soloing through 4 Ultimate and then hopefully Rise when Rise comes out for a long time. So if you want to keep watching, I guess go ahead and follow. We have a cozy Discord to hang out in, which is basically just like the stream chat, but when we're off stream. I'm going to be back tomorrow with some more 4 Ultimate for you guys. And for myself, I guess. Thanks, Amadeus. Thanks for stopping by. It was good to see you. Need to get into emulating? If you can run this on your computer and you can back it up off your 3DS, it's a good way to play it. Enjoyed your stay? Good. I'm glad. For now, we're going to find somebody else who's streaming Monster Hunter on Twitch. We're going to give them a raid. See who's on. Is there somebody else streaming 4 Ultimate? There is. Umahara GA is playing 4 Ultimate. We raided them last night, though. See you next hunt. Cheers. Well, I guess we have a friend whose name is BD Flames, and they're playing through Monster Hunter Free Me Night. They just dropped by and said hey in the chat a few minutes ago, so we're going to go ahead and give them a raid, since we raided Mr. Umahara last night. I think it's their first time through Free Me Night, so be kind to them. Say hello. Tell them happy hunting. As for myself, I'm going to go ahead and get some rest. I'm quite tired. So, I'm going to get some sleep. I hope you guys have a nice day or a good night, whatever time it is where you are. And happy hunting. Cheers. I'll see you guys next time.